Be a bit of a mic's over here now. This is gonna be a bit of a perspective change tonight, so kind of bear with me on this. Obviously, considering the fact that I'm gonna be doing like a PC building stream here, definitely kind of like, you know, my chair's not even in the room now, so I'm trying to have like, basically I'm kind of like leaning down right here because I'm kind of a tall boy. I'm like 6 foot and everything. Anyways, welcome in guys for something I'm actually really excited to do here. Obviously, as the title of this like goes on Twitch as well as YouTube, I'm pretty much gonna be building my dream stream. This shows I've been on a bit of a break, Rogues. I just botched that. Not stream, dream streaming PC. That's the word. So, I actually was supposed to be live about like probably an hour ago, but unfortunately, with the fact that I'm currently running like my old build, because for a bit I was like using like, you know, some of my parts I recently got with my case I currently got over here. But with me, like last night, I actually built like, you know, the old PC, got all the parts back in the old PC. So I'm using that because, well, pretty much, you know, everything's going to be going into the case tonight, like the new case tonight. So, good news is, since I got all this pre-assembled, that means that, you know, when it's time for me to go and visit Amber17 and Rocket Nachos, probably next month around my birthday, since she is getting my old PC, I'll have everything already pre-assembled to do that. So this is going to be my last night using the PC over there. I'm pointing like in something invisible, but it exists. It's over there. But yeah, I'm not exactly back from my break yet, Rogues. I'm still on my mental health break, but I did want to go ahead and get like this PC out of the way. So after this, I don't know when I'm gonna be back to stream. I was planning on coming back next Monday. I may still come back next Monday. There are still some things I need to take care of, but at the very least, those on the Twitch side of things, I promised all my clips were gonna get like updated, like in vertical format with names and everything. So all of them are named now. Once I do get back to streaming, I'm probably gonna go ahead and start like, you know, working on making them YouTube shorts and all that. So I got that done like, you know, a couple days ago. It was about like 100+ clips I had to go through and edit, but that's the thing about it. Some people want to misinterpret things, like when someone takes a break, they aren't as like, you know, they don't want to stream as bad or whatever. Some people like want to put the whole message out there that those who take breaks from content creation, it means they're not really enjoying it. I take breaks for the sake of Oh, he's gonna get a shout out. Trust me, Val's gonna get his shout out, Amber. Because obviously this wouldn't happen without him, but I'll let you guys know that in a second. So yeah, like I said, some people pretty much want to live in the realm that when you take a break from content creation, it means like you're lazy or you don't care, don't want it bad enough, or that you are you just don't enjoy it enough. And I take breaks. I advocate for others taking breaks because it pretty much lets you recharge, lets you get back into a full at 100% and everything, because everything in the walk of life that pretty much as you do it grinds you down. Even though streaming could be a profession for some and a hobby for others, at the end of the day it's still something that you have to take breaks. It doesn't mean you don't want it enough. It doesn't mean you don't enjoy it. Breaks usually mean you're taking time off so you can come back and enjoy it more. So because something's wrong, you gotta assess that, and you want to come back at full capacity. Yeah. So, and that's the thing, it's just like burnout, like creative burnout, doing the same thing over and over again. Even though I'm playing different games and everything, it's still basically sometimes, you want to leave, come back, with a fresh mind, and, you want to make sure you're at your best for your viewers. And my thing is that I want my viewers' time to not be wasted. And if I'm not in here in my best capacity, and I'm tired and exhausted and burnt out, they're not getting what, they deserve for their time. So yeah, but the point is, Rogues, tonight is kind of a melancholy, bittersweet thing, because again, this computer I've had has been my ride or die for a few years now, but at least I know it's going to a new home. Even if some of the parts may not, I'm hoping that some of the parts actually, work well for the new owner, but there is that possibility, of course, that they're gonna be dated. So, but still, Amber, she's been running a laptop for a bit, it's kind of maybe where, she's definitely had streams where she's had a lot of lagginess and everything. And also, just for clarification, this opening ad break ain't happening right this time, Rogues. I'm doing all 3 of my snoozes. So we are going to get right into this after this. I'm just trying to do my little intro here. So at very least, you guys are going to get about probably 20-something minutes of me doing this. Hopefully that's not all going to be rambling. And also, I did put the microphone as close as I could to the desk, and to this other desk I'm going to be using here. So you guys have 17 minutes of everything. But yeah, in all, I'm paying, pretty much this stream is me building my dream PC. This is, and everyone says dream PC, and a few years later, it's gonna probably be okay, I'm about to build my dream PC again. But really, this is me coming in with a PC that's almost gonna be entirely fresh parts. The only things that aren't gonna be going into it are gonna be my, there are gonna be, the only things not new going into this one are gonna be my M.2 drive, which is my C drive, which of course ain't gonna be going into it tonight, because if I yank it out of the computer right now, well, we're not gonna have a stream, because it's currently running off that one. And also my 2 other drives, my 2, I think I got a 4 terabyte and a 6 terabyte drive in there as well. So those are the only old things that are gonna be going into this build. After, as soon as I finish this up, those drives are gonna be going into this computer. So that's one of the things Amber's got to replace. She's gonna have to get new storage. But that's going to be mostly it. She'll just have to get new storage for right now. Everything else should be fine. I'm going to be getting her old power supply, because power supplies usually can have a minimum life of 10 years. I've had that one for 4 years, so she should be good on her power supply for a bit. But push come to shove, it won't be that expensive for her and Rocket to replace it. So yeah, the main thing we'll be doing is, like I said, everything is over here is going to be new. This particular graphics card y'all can't see because my masked mug right here is blocking it out. Even that's gonna be new, because I did have a 5060 I was using for my streams for a bit, but this is a 5060 16 gig that I got, because I did get the 56 I got before was an 8 gig, and it really wasn't the best for streaming, even in 1080. So I sent that back, paid the difference, got this one delivered, and it hasn't even been taken out of its package yet. So as far as things I have used, I have used the CPU. I've used the RAM. I just put that back in its packaging. The same with the motherboard, and also the power supply. But everything else pretty much is going to be brand new. All the fans I got right here, they're all, I haven't taken them out of their case. This right here I'm really excited about. I probably should have just waited until we got started, but this is my first time ever having a liquid cooler. So I got the Lian Li Hypershift, or Hydro Shift too. And this is the LCD screen one. So I was using another thing called I think it was the Phantom Spirit Vision Snow was what it was called. I had that in my computer for a bit. But I'm gonna have that one as a backup. That one's got a screen on it as well. If y'all saw my social media post where I had the umbrella logo in it, that's basically what I was using. But yeah, but this is still in its packaging. Fans are still in their packaging, because this case I got comes with no fans. So all that's going to be going into here. In total, I'm going to have probably about, when you count like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 fans. This computer's going to have 10 fans. The one I was using before only had like 3 fans. Not counting the cooler, the fan on the cooler, and, you know, the power supply. So, yeah, the Corsair case I've been using, it only had like 3 fans in the front. But that's the thing about it. I mean, well, actually, yeah, that's right. I'll take it back. It had like the exhaust fan, so it had 4 fans. I'm not counting the cooler one and everything. But this is gonna be a pretty fun stream tonight, guys. I'm really excited for this. Again, this is, and like, because one of the key things is I go ahead and switch on over to this scene right here to go and try to get this started. Let me see here. Bear with me. And like I said, I was supposed to go live like over an hour ago, but unfortunately, with me downgrading back down my old motherboard and other stuff, there was some sound issues. I think I was able to fix it, and I was in OBS trying to figure, like, I was about to go live, bro, my mic wasn't working, but obviously y'all are hearing me ramble right now, so, yay. Anyways, switch over to the other scene we're gonna have set up. Okay, so, bear with me with the lighting on this, and also, one other thing, the reason why Jill and Nemesis are currently over here overseeing it, they're gonna be, like, you know, moving in a second, is because obviously I said I'm gonna be, like, continuing the Resident Evil theme for this, and they may actually have a roommate with this one. So, to put this in perspective, you guys are seeing the gold case right there. That's my old build down there. I got like a little thing right there for reference. So hang on, let me actually, I might be able to do it with my hands right here. Yeah, hold up. Awkward. Yeah, right there. That's my old build. That's how it looked before I even put like the Phantom Spirit, the Thermalite Phantom Spirit thing in it. Y'all see how small that case is? This is what everything else is going to be going in. So this is like a case I've been wanting for the past couple years. And I said before I was going to get like credit where it was due to Val, because this is a $200 case, and Val, the one that Amber was talking about, I said like a Kofi goal, and I'm going to go and actually pull this up right here. Thanks for the sake of saying thank you, because, you know, obviously, that's not it. That's mine. So the thing is that I don't... Admittedly, Rogues, as I've already been like outspoken on, I don't exactly have like, you know, the big community as I had back when I was streaming on Mixer, do like a lot of events I've already been transparent about. And it's definitely been like a massive challenge trying to rebuild the community I had before back when I streamed on Mixer. You know, I was on there, I had like a community that, you know, I almost got Mixer partner, which I guess like with how like, you know, things went with Mixer, I guess it was a good thing I didn't get it, that I could have still been like, you know, some credibility I could have taken with me to other sites and everything. But the point is that, I still got those I'm grateful for that do support me, even though it's still been a massive challenge trying to rebuild. And, you know, no one ever has to pay anything when they come by and support my channel. I mean, I'm an affiliate on Twitch, I'm a partner on YouTube, so obviously the paid options are there and outside of Kofi. But, you know, the point is that you guys, as long as you guys come by, just give me your time and everything, even if that time is just like to come by quick enough, just leave a like, you know, or just like pick up my, you know, channel to like get the link to my channel to share and everything. That means the world to me, you know, because that still like is getting my name out there, it's helping me, you know, with this dream of mine, and I always appreciate those little things. And if anything, that's like the bare minimum I ask of people. Any kind of monetary, you know, anytime monetary, you know, gains I get from you guys, that's a bonus. Even that, I said as a bonus, even though I do want to make a career out of this possibly. So the point is, I'm grateful. You know, things aren't really where I wish they could be again, due to the whole incident that happened. You know, let's just say there's some very cruel people in the streaming community and just in the world in general, but what's the cruelest, the types of the cruelest are the ones that cover it and try to act like they never did anything wrong to anyone, and then try to act like they still deserve success. But we're not going to go in all that. The main thing I'm going to go in here is that this build wouldn't be happening without those who supported me, and I'm thankful for every single fucking one of you. You know, you guys made this happen. So, the main thing here is that I want to kind of like point across to you guys that right here. I kind of talked about it on my previous streams, but this right here, the case, the last few fans I got, even the liquid cooler and everything, that was because you guys helped out. I mean, I pretty much, you know, got more money than what was shown here, because realistically, the goal, I actually set it lower than the cost everything was. I mean, because the case itself is $200. And as far as Val is concerned, and yeah, I'm gonna like your shout out. I'm gonna give credit where it's due. Val is the one that did this. So right here, Valerian, you're the one that got the case for me. You made this happen. This was like a dream case I wanted. I'm gonna give him his flowers because he's also got stuff that he's currently dealing with right now. It's not my place to go into. I don't even know all the details. All I know is Amber told me he's got some health stuff going on. And this is one person who definitely deserves, like, you know, I hope he gets feeling better. You know, Val, you know, you made this happen. And I am never going to be able to, like, thank you enough for this. And, you know, yeah, like, truly, I'm right here, like, you know, kind of like getting flustered. And y'all know I'm talking about in a minute, but that's the thing, you know, I may not have, you know, the best support system out there, I'll admit it. I definitely have, like, a lot. I'm still trying to, like, you know, rebuild as a content creator. I also have stuff like Kofi. That's a pretty cool thing. So apparently it actually shows when you're streaming now. I never knew that before. That's pretty badass. But yeah, the point is that, you know, you got people out there who don't really appreciate their viewers, don't appreciate their community, don't appreciate those that would get this big ass thing out of the way. They don't appreciate those who support them and treat everything as just a number and, you know, just like a numbers game and try to, like, compete with others. And as I've said before, I'm not trying to compete with anyone except who I was yesterday, you know, for the sake of my content creation is me being a person and all that. But, you know, what's happening tonight, I did get, like, you know, a lot of stuff myself as far as, like, the GPU, the motherboard and everything, but those who helped me get those last few things, like the fans, you know, because yeah, I got the case, but I still want to be able to get this done without the fans because this case comes with no fans. So, you guys made this happen, you know. My dream build here is happening tonight because of those who believed in my dreams, and that's something that I'm never going to be. I can't, like I said, I'll never be able to say thank you enough. So that said, we're gonna get this thing built tonight. It's gonna be the last night I'll be using that computer. Again, it's definitely kind of a bittersweet thing. But also, I was talking about, like, the fact we got, like, a bigger build coming. Obviously, you guys, like, might remember, like, this right here, my little umbrella thing. I actually had to tear it out of the old case, and trust me, this was a bitch. You know, I pretty much had to take all this right here. All this was, like, you know, just this, like, foam sticky stuff I had to, like, you know, get off with, like, some Goo Gone, and I just put, like, these little Wish app command strips on it. So this is gonna be going to the new one. Nemesis and Jill are going back into it as well, because again, the whole Resident Evil theme. But when I say that they might have I have a roommate here, well, there is one more Resident Evil pop figure I would have loved to put in the old case, but this Hunter figure is obviously a little bit too big. The irony of it being that hilarious that in fact for some reason it's bigger than Nemesis. Nemesis is basically like a friggin' munchkin compared to this thing or whatever. And if anything, the Tyrant figure, you know, that they had, which I wish I could have got that, it's actually bigger than Nemesis. It kind of makes sense. I think Tyrant actually was. I think Tyrant's probably about like maybe 8 or 9 feet tall. Nemesis, I think usually I think it's like 7 or whatever, but still, it's just kind of funny that Nemesis is actually only about an inch taller than Jill here. But you know, either way, if I can fit the Hunter in the case where it definitely would work, it'll be great and everything. But because this one, I pretty much, you know, like I got like when I got Nemesis and Jill. And again, this was like back when I had to take my figures out of the cases or whatever, because I had no way to actually store them. But yeah. So anyways, this is gonna be an interesting stream because of the factor that, yeah, tell them I appreciate it, Amber. The VOD will definitely be up. And also, for those like curious about the music, I was actually gonna play like some Motionless in White, Slipknot, things like that, but you know, due to some people, I'm pretty sure probably would have, like, you know, chomped at the bit to try, like, you know, report me for that, even though they wouldn't have had to, because Twitch and YouTube would have flagged me, even though I would have stuff set up to where it wouldn't have played in the VODs. We're going with some good old Harris Heller and Stream Beats. So for those who haven't ever actually used Stream Beats for their streams, definitely do so. It's basically public domain stuff. Harris Heller is like, Harris Heller is obviously doing like a very good service with this. So all the music here is like through Stream Beats. So yeah, well, they got like rap, chill, EDM and all that. So I'm trying to like figure out what I'm gonna start with here. I'm gonna get stuff out of the way. And also I got like this screw pack, you know, from Amazon. It was like $9 and it's got like about 50 of each screw. So I'll definitely be taking that up, like, you know, when I go visit Amber and Rocket, I'm gonna take that with me so that way I can make sure that we got like everything we need for a build. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be, I shouldn't have slept on a table. So yeah, this thing, I mean, for some, obviously I deadlift 400, but when I just went to the gym earlier and kind of like, you know, I'll admit my arm right here, I kind of like, you know, kind of pulled it a little bit. So normally I wouldn't be struggling lifting a chunky case or whatever. I deadlift 400, but anyways, I'm so excited to get this thing out of the box, Rose. me see. Also, ad breaks gonna start in 5 minutes. I'm probably gonna not bother with like going on the BRBs for the ad breaks tonight. Or just like let it roll. That way, you know, I'm not gonna be like stopping. You know, because then I have to stop, like, you know, down my end. Alright, so. Okay. I probably didn't think this through because it's got this. I can probably see it here. Yeah, I didn't think that through. Alright, let me take it back off the desk again. Alright. And back on the desk again. Son of a bitch. I just realized what I gotta do here. Life is a puzzle. Oh, you dropped your hat. Yeah, the other styrofoam bit like stayed in there. This is going to be the actual proper unveiling of this case, so you guys can see what it looks like here. I've shown it on stream, but oh my god, it looks a lot better in person. Okay. And also this desk I got here, it was like 30 bucks. So for anyone else who might get this case, try to figure out like some kind of desk you can get for its fat ass or whatever, it's like a $30 desk. It's got like, y'all can check my kit. I'll go ahead and link it. And also, I already updated, I haven't got the computer built yet. If I do like this, I should make a kit. There you go. So those on YouTube and Twitch, you can check that out. It'll actually show the build itself here. I haven't got it built yet, but I already updated it to reflect all this. And I was considering, I might still do it. I would like to kind of like do like some kind of like little budget build for those who are maybe just trying to get into content creation. The only problem is with RAM prices right now, it probably would be a bit counterproductive. I mean, I got lucky with the RAM I got. The whole Ramageddon thing, you know, where it's like so expensive. But I kind of would like to, like, you know, put like, cause I did have like a more inexpensive build at one point on my, you know, on my, like in a separate kit. But I think I would kind of like, you know, want to make like a little starter one for people, you know, like with some less expensive stuff. Because one thing I pretty much try to advocate to people is that you don't necessarily need like you wouldn't really want to get an expensive setup anyway, because obviously with streaming, you want to, make sure you know if you're actually gonna be in for the long haul. So, you know, don't go in and get like a bunch of like massively expensive stuff, not knowing if it's really gonna be it for you or not. Like you can do just fine, like, cause I've got like this like a pretty somewhat expensive audio setup, but you can do just fine with like, you know, just like a USB mic, like a Yeti or whatever, like a Blue Yeti. And it's like you can just like go with like some cheap lighting and everything. You don't really have to break the bank on it. My whole thing is that, you know, it's like, you know, the other, you know, content creators out there have said, you know, every cent that you build, that you save trying to get like a build that just like gets the job done can go towards things like channel graphics and emotes and all that. So you definitely want to make sure you kind of like just budget properly. Make sure you don't get like something insanely expensive for something that you may not actually stick to in the end. That's what I was thinking. I thought I tried to say that. Trying to figure out what's going on with it. I think I know what's going on. Like I said, the audio settings were weird. I'm trying to see if I can change this real quick, because it lowered it down like crazy earlier. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, my mic got turned down. How's that, guys? Is that better? Okay, yeah, it got turned down to 50, and the desktop audio was at 100. But I also was worried if I put it up to 100, it was gonna like, you know, cause me to like, you know, my audio start peaking like it did before. Also, ad breaks gonna start in 50 seconds, guys. Those on YouTube ain't gotta worry about anything, but those on Twitch, brace yourselves. All right, there's that. That's weird though. Okay, but yeah, but like I said, you know, if you're gonna get, I would like to maybe do like a little like more budgety build, just like, you know, for those who want to get in the stream. The only problem is, like I said, with like the whole Ramageddon thing, it's, you know, obviously a nightmare just to get RAM. That's one of the key issues between that and the GPUs. I have heard that apparently Walmart has had like a big influx. I think of like 4,000 series like cards come in. That's something I've been hearing. I saw something about it like earlier. But that's the thing. I personally would say if you can get your hands on a 3060, that's what I've been using for my streams prior. It's still a solid card, just it depends on what you're wanting to stream. So obviously if you wanted to like do like a lot of these big budget games or whatever that like, you know, require like, I mean, because the thing about like 3060 is it still has like 12 gigs of RAM, VRAM. The reason I upgraded to like this version of 5060 that one I had was like that one had 8 gigs of VRAM. This one's gonna have like 16 gigs, so it's actually gonna have more than I have on my 3060. So it's gonna be that double 1-2 punch of like more power and more VRAM. But if you can get your hands on a 3060, if you're not really like focused on like trying to play like things that are, you know, like, because I was still able to play Grounded, even though I did like struggle with it a little bit. 3060 is still a solid card. Just know that, you know, there are gonna definitely be like some asterisks with it. But yeah, I definitely would say, you know, just whatever build you get, whatever you do, like if you want to get in live streaming, don't go insanely expensive with it. You can still get a pretty solid build for like, you know, cheaper than what you would normally be paying. And obviously, of course, you know, you start taking off, you can start like looking to try and like, you know, get the, you know, more stuff. I mean, because for me, like I started off as I'm like rambling, I need to actually start with the build. I started off with just like a laptop rogues that could barely play Overwatch. That was my first streaming setup, and now I've kind of got like, you know, what I've got going on here. It took years to make it happen. So if there's don't feel discouraged if you get into streaming, you see like another, you know, another streamer with a very amazingly done build. Don't get discouraged, because chances are it probably took them a while to actually get that build together. It probably took them, you know, forever and a day to actually get to that point to have a build like that. So anyways, now I can kind of like try to show you guys. Y'all might want to just follow like the oh, hold on. Hang on one sec. Jesus. Hang on. This is like disorienting. Trying to point right way. Yeah, right there. I probably want to point, like see that one because it shows it a lot better. But two different perspectives here. So yeah, the hunter might go in it. I'm not sure. You might actually still have to like, you know, be homeless for a while. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely loving like the quality of this or whatever. You know, it's got like a little smudge on it. Okay, if I would've, I think there was like a little something right there. I don't know what that was. Okay, now the main thing is like just looking at this scene. Is that how this is gonna work? This is gonna be the interesting part. Oh God. Okay, I think I'm kind of understanding it. Seems to run on some form of electricity. Brownie points for those who get the joke. Let's see. This right here. Okay, so it's basically showing me where. All right, this actually is pretty simple. So that's the PSU. That's the fans, of course. That'll be like the rear case fans. Hold on. Okay, yeah, so back fans. All right, so basically showing the one thing right here will be like for the radiator for the cooler, for the liquid cooler, for the Hydro Shift 2. Thing right there will be like the so pretty much this is right here is gonna be let me show it to y'all right here. All right, so yeah, pretty much this right here is gonna be irrelevant because this actually is going to like this is like the PC cooler and everything. That and the radiator are basically the same thing. That's gonna both those part of the Hydro Shift. And one of the reasons I want the Hydro Shift as well as like my other little LCD cooler I had, it was massive. That thing was chunky. I only had like probably like about like an inch of room, like, you know, like from the, y'all see where the front of the case is right? That thing right there, you see? God dang it. Well, down there, right there. That black thing you see right there, the Phantom Spirit or whatever it was, or the Thermarite one was actually bigger than that. It was like only an inch away from the case, the front of the case. So the Hydro Shift one is actually going to be like, you know, very flush against like the motherboard, or pretty close to it. Point is, I understand what it's saying here, I think. All right, well, let's just start like taking stuff apart. All right, so, all right, and the other thing about this case is that this right here, this actually is like, you know, this glass can be removed. To put like an LCD screen here, I'm gonna eventually do that. But right now, I just like, let's take this down like this. Okay. It's got like a little tactile clicky button right there. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, it may be, That's what I thought. So this one doesn't have screws. This panel does not have screws. All right. Do we have the fun glass? Do we have like, or the fun stretch? We got the fun stretch, or the fun film. Yeah, the fun film. Okay. So I'm gonna put this all to the side here. Okay, take this off. Is there more fun film? There's more fun film. I love the fun film. So as you guys can see right here, this thing is basically, it's panoramic or whatever. So yeah, this is like massive compared to my other one. And also another thing about this I'll show you right here is that the way this is designed, so this right here, the GPU is actually going to go vertical inside this. So the GPU is actually going to be standing up vertically, like, you know, on the side. So that's going to be interesting in its own right. All right, so let's see here. Take this out. I'm just gonna like. Okay. All right, so let's see here. I mean, it's just like trying to figure out like exactly where to go with this, rogues. Where to start. All right, so let's see here. The back panel should be. Yep, it is. And I just love like the vent design on this. So I love like just, you know, it's basically all mesh here and everything. So basically like nothing can get in. It's like there's a massive, you know, dust filter. So this thing's gonna be insane for airflow. Okay, and that's of course like my Mobo things. It's like it's for the front panels. That's of course where the fans go. It's right here. What is this? I guess it's something for the SATA drives.
Perfect.
Oh, well, would you look at that? Okay, so it's got zip ties, it's got the cables, it's got the, yeah, basically all like the, screws I'll need. You know, I had like the whole pack I got for like $9. I could have saved probably. All right, so this is like, of course, the, Velcro ties. Don't know what these are right here. Yeah, I don't know exactly what these things are just yet. And this right here, they got like a little, so that's pretty interesting. I don't know like what exactly this is for. But there's like, it's a little audio splitter. And maybe like, I don't know what that's for. I mean, I never had a case come with that prior. Either way, we'll get to that because first we gotta get stuff installed. I mean, personally, I like, you know, I got like the other screws because these right here are, as you see, they're like, you know, they're silver colored. I think that actually fit the case better than the black ones. You know, from my old case or whatever. But this one actually came with black screws, so I'll just like hold on to those. So the way this is gonna work is that my hard drive is gonna go here. And it looks like it's got like some screws right there if I want to like, you know, do like the 2.5, I think is what it is. So this will be my USB 3. This right here, I don't know what that is. This is my HD audio port, and that's for the front panel. So I guess I'll be like, this is gonna of course be for the front stuff, like the stuff like in the front, like so. If I can actually turn it on and all that. All right, motherboard first. I kind of gotta understand how the case works now, and I think like pretty much the fans right there. I'll be able to like, you know, be taking the back thing off. I'll be able to screw them in from there. Another thing is that. So the other 3 fans are going to be going in here. So down there, there's like a whole filter. I'll get to that when it's time. So yeah, from what I can gather, if I can remove this thing, because I got to get the motherboard in there. That's the tricky part. Also, like, let me see if I can do a little something here, bro. Yeah, good thing I wasn't at the top of mine. Wasn't standing fully at attention. Hint, hint. That was terrible. I ain't taking it back. So another thing is that what I'm seeing with this is that there's not really gonna be space for the name tag in on the inside. So, okay, that actually worked. That's perfect. Okay, so yeah, the name tag can go like right here. And actually, it's like the exact dimensions. So I probably just put my umbrella cord thing probably on the top right there. Yeah, y'all can't really see it that easily, but yeah, pretty much if I kind of like, hold on. Oh no, you don't. That's what I thought. Not today. I got it, Rogues. Nice try, jerk. Yeah, it tried. I don't know when it stopped because I just noticed that. Sorry about that, guys. At some point, like the thing stopped. It may do that from time to time. Hopefully, we also kind of like just pick this one thing up. It could be it's overheating. No, you got an overheating thing on it. All right. So yeah, the thing did try to stop right there. But what I was trying to say is that I don't know when that happened, but yeah, put that right there. At least I got like the 2 cameras, so that one does stop at any point. But that was still frustrating. I don't know why I was doing that. But yeah, you kind of like see like I can probably like, you know, have like the umbrella thing right there, and that's pretty flush. I'll figure it out. It's a little hot in here. Put that up there like well away from my components. Okay. So let me see here. Motherboard first. The problem we got is that I gotta get this thing out. Probably long enough for me to yeah. Like I said, if it comes down to it that the main feed like does just point out to me if it seems like, you know, y'all see me like moving around in the background on the main feed. I'll be trying to pay attention. I definitely don't want that's basically how y'all will be able to. I mean, I wasn't expecting the stream to be perfect. Things never are. So I should be able to like screw this one out. That's in there. There we go. Okay. You know, screw. You know, you want to pull that. I got like plenty more of you. Don't do that to me. Yeah, again, it's gonna be pretty interesting. Like, you know, putting like the GPU vertical. That's gonna be pretty fun. All right, it has like I noticed it has like a little thing where this is ATX. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So it basically kind of gets like shows the dimensions of where everything would be. So ATX, AM. It's wild. But I think it's kind of like showing like what the dimensions of it would be. All right. All right. Yeah, this is the motherboard that's going in it. Okay, you gave me no problems going in. Why are you trying to give me problems going out? Shut up. No comments on the Peanuts Gallery. I heard that. Don't be laughing. Y'all's mind's out of the gutter. This lady's present. And if it was Christmas, it'll be presents present. Okay, so now, one thing I would definitely say, Rogues, for sure, if you're like building a computer, always make sure that everything's properly lined. You'll usually know with a motherboard, like I don't know if it'll do it with this one. Oh, okay, that looks great. The way that actually, in the back right there. Y'all can't see it, but it looks like, okay, wow. That looks, welcome to King Helios. So let's see if I can see this. Look, that right there is the motherboard thing. It went perfectly with this. It looks like great right there. With I mean, I was going for a whole all white thing. I like that. I really do. Yeah, it fit like great. Like I was saying, guys, you want to make sure that when you're doing this, like obviously, of course, that every single Okay, now I see how this works. So I guess like pretty much, you know, we have to take this thing off right here. So yeah, this right here connects into the motherboard, and then like it of course runs like the cables run it over. I don't know if I can actually get some white cables for this. That'd be pretty cool if I could, but if not, it's fine. Like that'll snap in. Satisfying. Doing pretty good, Helios. Oh, yeah, I just noticed it, Amber. You talking about like the Reaper, like right there? Okay, yeah. Alright, so yeah, this pretty much right here. And also, this is my first PC building stream, guys. This definitely is like the better one than the ones I've done in the past. I've learned like a lot, I guess. One thing I need to learn is how to make sure that my screws... I kind of like, you know, I was thinking to maybe try like use like the little silver ones I got here, but... I don't know, I mean, I'm kind of digging like the black can work for these. Like, I got these silver ones I feel like might go better, but also might be a little bit plain, you know, silver ones. I haven't got it fully built yet. If you want to check the specs on it, I actually have my kit. I kind of like just have this thing right here so that we can just kind of like see not just the specs, price of everything. And also that particular listing, it also shows like everything like the desk I use for my build, like that I put my computer on, what consoles I use. So you can check that. It'll basically like list everything here as well as prices where you can get it from and everything. That's one thing I'll definitely suggest, guys. Try, you know, for those who want to display their build, it's obviously really good for YouTube. You know, considering the fact that, you know, we have like the descriptions and everything, we can put the build in there, but otherwise it takes a lot of characters and all that. I'll say like, you know, maybe just link your, like make a kit and link that. And also those on Twitch, you know, you having a kit and have like a panel for it. I kind of like feel like that would like, you know, kind of free up, like, you know, you can obviously have like your specs right there, but the more specs you list, it's gonna like be like a longer list of it. But you have like a kit, you can have, yeah, it takes someone to an external site. But I kind of feel like that, and it's still, that's kind of better because it lists everything there, prices of it, pictures where they can see exactly what it is. And it also just means like, if you want to use, like, they have like a little extension on Twitch, I think, where you can like, you know, list your specs. But it just kind of means you have like an extension slot, you know, cleared up so you can only use 2. And again, it's just kind of like, you know, that's what I did on Twitch. I have like that, just that one panel that links to my kit. I'm gonna have to update that, like, you know, kind of like show the new build, because it previously was showing my, you know, my, it's actually like that exact picture right there y'all seeing down there for the before. But yeah, you know, kit's amazing because you can also like, you know, list multiple different, you know, builds. Like I said, I wanted to like make one for like a little starter build for people. Okay. I think for this, I'm gonna probably like use these because I mean, I didn't pay $9 for these screws just to not use them. But yeah, kit's pretty amazing. It just kind of like makes it easier because, you know, because that's the thing, like, kind of like go and say it, you know, for those who just want to hear me say the specs. As far as like at the very least, it's gonna be like, you know, 2 sticks of DDR5 RAM, 32 gigs. It's gonna be, which is I'm not saying on top of it, I'm looking at it right here. It's Triton Z Neo RGB, Ryzen 7 9700X, and it's also gonna be, you know, motherboards. Again, I'm having like, you know, read all I'm looking at because I'm having to remember it like verbatim. It's a B850 Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7 ICE. As far as like the GPU is concerned, it's a Asus brand, the Duo 560 16 gigs. So yeah, these are pretty much the screws I got, Rogues. I think I should see them better. A lot of shininess. I kind of want to just use like these right here because that's the thing. I like how it's actually got like a little reference list too, so it kind of like shows like out of the way, shows exactly which screws are which. And again, this is like $9, so we want these. So I just kind of like want to do this that way, you know, kind of like, I guess, wouldn't stand out as much. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, I like that. I appreciate you, Helios. Thank you, man. Because what I've been using is a 3060, which, like I was saying earlier, 3060 is still a good one. So if people just want to, like, you know, play, like, they got like a particular niche games they want to play, like a 3060 is definitely gonna run things like probably Rivals and Overwatch and stuff. And me being a variety streamer, there's like a lot of different games that come out that are, there's definitely been a few that have been more like, you know, like, you know, more spicy on the graphics, I guess. Like there's one like I want to do a demo for called Claude. It's like a Jurassic Park inspired style game, and I wasn't even able to do that one with a 3060. And I was able to play Grounded 2, but I just kind of felt like I had a chance to upgrade. It was finally time to do it. But like I was saying, like, you know, like a lot of times, like I was saying earlier, you know, you don't necessarily need like a really expensive, like crazy setup to get into streaming. Now, I definitely like heard some horror stories in the stream community about people making fun of others like for not really having the best build. And the thing about it is that, you know, I'm someone who, you know, ain't gonna judge anyone for their, you know, I'm not gonna look at someone's effort as a streamer compare, you know, before I do their build. Like, you know, take Amber, you know, in the chat right now and everything. She, you know, she's had a few people that come in, like, you know, make fun of, like, you know, her frame rate on her streams and everything. But yet, I appreciate you, Scarlett. Thank you so much. And I love Scarlett C. Oh, that's Carolyn. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. It's funny because Scarlett C, Scarlett Carson's the name of a character in my book. Appreciate you, Carolyn. But yeah, like, you know, I'm gonna look at someone's effort before anything else. You know, I don't care if like someone's got like a very choppy stream and everything. My take on it is that, you know, people, regardless of like what kind of setup you got, they're gonna, you know, if you're doing the right thing or whatever, people are gonna stick around regardless. I mean, there are gonna be those that are gonna be judgmental, but those aren't the ones you really want as supporters anyway. Like when I first started doing content creation, guys, I've said this story before. Yeah, definitely, Helios. It's like I've told people, and I've made no effort to hide this. When I first started doing content creation, I literally, and I've said this story multiple times, so those y'all have heard me, you know exactly where I'm going with this. My very first game I ever did content for on YouTube was called A Bobo's Big Adventure. It's basically a game where you play as like the Double Dragon villain and just basically Wreck-It Ralph through like different video games. Like you basically, you know, storm through like the swimming level from TMNT, like an NES TNT, Punch Out, Contra, and all that. Being like a complete another menace to everything, all because like, you know, these bad guys did a role reversal and Double Dragon normally they, you know, kidnapped the girl. I think it's can't remember the girl's name. It's bad. I played Double Dragon like multiple times. And Mary, I think it's Marion. I believe her name's Marion. But pretty much, you know, like they pretty much do a role reversal where a Bobo's kid or a Boboy, he gets kidnapped, and so he goes on this whole rampage, just destroying everything. Yeah, the Silver Screws look great. Definitely glad one of those. Definitely fits the aesthetic. And that was my first ever game I streamed. Here's how I did it. Stack of books. A $60 digital camera from Walmart. Stack of books. The reason I bought the stack of books is because that was my tripod. I put this camera in front of either my TV or my computer, depending on what I was playing the game on. And that camera, that $60 camera, was my mic, my gameplay capture, and like, you know, the audio for the game. That was the shittiest setup I ever had, and somehow people were still coming by liking it and everything, liking my videos and enjoying it and everything. So if I can, like, you know, get like, if I was able to like start this off with that crappy setup, that honestly I look back and definitely kind of get like nostalgia goggles on, because it was also simpler times. If I could, like, you know, basically score viewers like that, Rogue, seriously, you know, don't feel discouraged. You know, if you got like, you see people like coming in like with these amazing setups. Again, chances are, I mean, I hope they didn't start off with anything as bad as what I had. But I look back on it and laugh at everything. Like, but you know, those were actually still kind of fun times, and I wouldn't like train, and I still, you know, it was a blast regardless. But work with what you can work with. You know, I will say that my whole thing with the whole Holy Trinity, as I call it, yeah, same for your PC. You'll get it eventually, Helios. It's definitely like a hard right now because of the RAM prices. I got lucky with my RAM, but yeah, you'll get your PC saved up for. And like I said, you can use like that kit that I showed you or whatever. You can use that as a reference point for things or whatever. You'll get it though. It's gonna take time. But like I said, it's just kind of like when I tell people that if you're gonna get into streaming, there's basically the Holy Trinity you want to look at, which is your mic, your lights, and your camera. And I say it in that order because you can basically do like streams just fine with just a mic. There's plenty of streamers out there who've actually done great just with that and everything. Kind of creators like who've done fine with just a mic. You just gotta make sure you're very engaging with your audience and all that. You just gotta make sure, you know, you're talking a lot. They know that you're there and everything. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Amber said, like I didn't get all this myself. Like, you know, people came through and helped me make this happen. I got like the majority of everything, but I wouldn't have had this case, and the fans and everything went for the people who actually helped me out with that, and again, it got me through the home stretch. Because there's still like probably like an offset of like about like $300, like about $400 to $500 of stuff I still needed to get. Definitely MJ. I mean, definitely Jeremy. But yeah, what I was saying is that if you're gonna get into streaming, Rogues, you know, if you can get like anything starting off, obviously you don't want to get like a, unless you want, I wouldn't suggest like getting a webcam and trying to rely on the mic on it or whatever. like, personally, I would say if you want to start off with anything, if you want to get into streaming and you can only afford to get like your mic, your lights, or your webcam, or your mic, your lights or webcam, start off with your obviously, of course, start off with a mic. Or if you actually if you can somehow like start like basically if you got like a headset, you can possibly maybe use some filters and OBS to probably like make it sound a little bit better. But at the end of the day, yeah, some gaming headsets work, like Amber said. Because at the end of the day, as long as you're engaging, yeah, you're gonna have those gonna be come by making fun of how you like your mic sounds or whatever. But being completely honest, Rogues, and saying it straight up here, fuck them. You know, because I feel like as long as someone is addressing their viewers and talking to them, I don't care what their mic sounds like. They gotta start somewhere. I've had some streamers that just sounded straight up like, their mic was, like their mic, like, was pretty much, was halfway, like, had been chewed through, how can I say it? It kind of made them sound like they were a screaming cat at times, if that makes any sense. But you know what? Their heart was still there. They were still talking to their viewers. That's all I cared about, And like, thing is, everyone's got to start somewhere. I mean, but, yeah. The reason I said, like, lights before, like, your webcam is because you can have, like, the best webcam in the world, but it's not really going to do, like, the best if it comes down to your lights aren't really the best or whatever. If you don't have any lights. I mean, I personally would suggest anyone to this day, C920 or C922 is still like a solid starter webcam even all these years later. I personally would say the C922 because you can do 60 FPS with that. But of course, also it's based on what your setup can handle. Because you don't need like a almost $200 card. Like, make sure to still make sure like, that speaking of it, I was making sure my camera right there didn't screw up because like I did before. But you can have like, I got like an AverMedia PW513 and it was like almost a $200 webcam. Definitely the best webcam I've ever had. But, I would still say, if you had a choice between this webcam or C922, do the C922 budget-wise. Again, every dollar you can save is going to, like, help you out with things like, if you want to get, like, channel graphics, and assume you're not, like, an actual artist yourself who can do your own channel graphics. Also, for clarification, any GFX artists out there, whatever, I'm not interested. I do my own channel artwork. Everyone here does their channel artwork, even if they haven't done it. They're off limits. You leave my viewers alone. Watching you. I didn't want to summon them. I didn't want to summon the GFX artists. They're like freaking Voldemort around here. But they're like Joe Hendry is just like not as lovable. But no, I say that because I set up an account on Upscrolled and I've had them like that's all I've got in my DMs, like GFX artists. It's like, you want to see like, can I see your channel? No. I am not gonna like you to show you where my channel is. That ain't happening. You will not be summoned. But no, but yeah, point is that, give me an example here. Let me turn these off real quick. So you see, like, even when me turn like the lights off, I got like this one right here, that one right there, and then one light right there. You see, it still kind of works well. I turned off my two key lights right here, and you can see it actually kind of looks a little bit better. I might leave them off. I might actually leave them off. Somehow it actually looks better for the stream. I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, but I might leave them off. Fuck it, I'm leaving them off. I'm trying to freaking make a point here or whatever, and I end up looking better. Let me just hold on a second. Yeah. I like how like my lighting turned against me. So you're trying to make a point, huh, fucker? Well, guess what? Now it's gonna look better. The whole point was it was supposed to make my webcam look worse. But I guess that kind of a testament to things, guys. This webcam right here still works pretty good, like when you have less lighting. Let me actually test it again. Watch this. See? Let me look at this. See, I got like, my... So you see this? You see like it still kind of works well with just me having that one light right there. You can still see me just fine. So this is a pretty solid webcam. But C922, as long as you got like some decent, like, at the end of the day, if you're gonna get a webcam, make sure at least you got like some kind of lighting. And that's the beauty of pretty much, living in an age, where we have like a lot of lights you can just control with your phone and have like different like, hues and everything to them. It used to be you had to like use a freaking light bulb, like one of those, filter, like, those filament light bulbs. It would just wash the hell out of your, or just oversaturate your camera. I mean, the AverMedia, the PW513 is a phenomenal webcam. I love this thing. But still, I'd say C922 will be a great starter camera. Just make sure you got lighting and everything. But so I would say you can start off with anything. Mic, obviously, because if you don't have like, obviously, if you don't have like some sort of mic, and you got your webcam, it's gonna kind of be like a defeatist thing. 'Cause you're gonna be right there, like basically just, I mean, because some webcams do have, you know, mics on them, but I wouldn't trust them. But yeah. That's what I was saying, guys. You know, you gotta, like, you know, create, if you can get anything started off, go with a mic, and then afterwards, go for, like, my setup is, I've got like a Rodecaster Duo, and this is like a Rodecaster Pod mic. Great setup, but it was also about $600. So yeah, you're starting off, get a Blue Yeti. It's like probably like $100 or so, give or take. It'll work fine. Yeah, it may not sound the best, but you can go into OBS and set up filters. You can pretty much set up to still sound like a really good quality mic. I used like a Blue Yeti for years before I got to Go XLR. Once that kind of like got defunct, I was using that in Audio Technica 2020, switched out from those to this. And just work your way up. You know, if you can, like, that's the thing about it. The key thing is that if you want to get into content creation, you don't want to invest too much money in and not, like, not know if you're actually really going to be in it for the long haul or not. Otherwise, you're going to just have like I mean, yeah, you can of course still have like something work there for your game, just game with, but. So one thing I do like about, like, this particular Ryzen, guys, the one in question that's in like the PC right now, it had like these pins, and these things were, if you didn't know, you so much as sneezed on them, the pin would like could bend. What I like about this, oh, you're talking about the G5, oh, you're talking about this? Yeah, I definitely like my favorite mouse I've used. If you see right here, it doesn't have pins. I love the fact they went this route with it, because again, the old ones, like the one like I just in the computer I'm giving to Amber, had these pins on. You so much as sneeze, those things were gonna it would break one of them. There's no pins on the processor itself. It's actually on the motherboard. So, I feel attacked. Maybe with those punka tactics. Okay. So, for anyone who's like, of course, like, building a computer for the first time, I'm right here trying to do a tutorial and everything, and I got a side quest to get a flashlight. Okay, so, what you pretty much want to do with this is that, well, see, there it is right there. You probably won't be able to see it. Oh, you son of a... No, you don't. It did it again. I don't know why this cam keeps doing this, guys. Maybe I can just fix it really quick like that. I don't know why it does that. So you probably can't see it, but there's like a little arrow right here. You want to, of course, make sure that when you're doing this, line your arrows up. But, of course, with this, it probably would like be kind of a no-brainer, because, you just want the logo to be facing up. And then we'll put that right there. Because this one kind of threw me off on how this one worked. Because previously it was just like, okay, I just placed it on the motherboard with the old, like, the AM4s. This one, they have like a whole lever system. Like, I mean, feels almost like a mouse trap. I just snapped my hand a second ago. So, yeah, it's nice and snug now. Now, let me see here. Where's my thermal paste? This might present a problem. I'll be right back. I'll put it in the other room. Y'all can see that. I'm over here just tripping over everything. My whole room's trying to attack. I'm gonna give you that one, because I know someone's gonna try to do it anyway. I'll beat you this punch. No. I know someone's gonna try, like, clip me. I'll beat you to it. I'm here about what my door's ass and everything. So yeah, I'm actually really interested in trying this, because this is like the MX7. Previously, it was the MX4 I had with the old build. So yeah, this is actually so kind of put it in perspective, Amber. As far as like when I put the build back together last night and everything. So your computer is actually going to have this in it now. Previously, the processor before I cleaned everything off had MX4, so now it's got MX7 on it. So they say that like it's supposed to like drop the temperature by like 2 or 3 degrees. This is my first time ever actually using like that one. So I'm gonna be putting it on this in a bit, once you get the rest set up. And also guys, I'll show like how I do it in a second. Some people pretty much do like an X on the processor. Some will just kind of like do like a little dab, like a P or whatever. Some will just use like a scraper and just kind of like, you know, just dab, like, or basically use a glove finger, just like spray it on there manually. Usually how this will go is that once you get like your, for those that like never built a computer before, once you get your cooler on there, pretty much, you know, when you clamp it down, just the pressure from it would like apply it to the CPU, like evenly. But I personally do the P method, like not the bathroom version, the vegetable. Get your mind out of the gutter. Okay. RAM. So think about the RAM too, because I made this mistake before. If you only got 2, if you've only got like 2 sticks of RAM, you want to put it in the 2nd slot and the 3rd slot, or in the 4th slot. 2nd slot, 4th slot. Eventually, I'm gonna like, once the prices go down, I'm getting 4. I'm gonna double it up. So I got 32 right here. But yeah, what you'll do is, you know, do this and make sure everything lines up. Kind of. I think I got it in the wrong. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. And usually I kind of like snap the bottom first, and then the top. Make sure it's snug. Okay. And the other one's gonna go in this one. Like I said, I can't wait to actually double this up. So. Okay. That one is snapped. There it goes. Okay. Alright, so the RAM's in. I'm honestly liking how this is looking so far. Okay. What I want to work on next. I might put the GPU in, but I want to see how this is going to look. Yeah, fans galore. I'm honestly kind of dreading doing this. This is probably going to be the part that's honestly going to be worrying me the most, because all this, no brainer. I know how to do this, no problem. But I've never, I mean, I've got like a crap load of fans I got to install on this thing. Alright. Like I said, this version of it is the TI. The one I had before didn't actually have the one I had before didn't have like the little switch where you can kind of like do quiet mode and everything. Okay, so as you guys can see, like I said, I didn't actually take this one out, so this is. Just kidding. Yeah, some people like be weird about that. They be right there like, open it up, be like, "You a fucking hamburger? What's wrong with you?" To those who do that, I'm just joking. Do your thing. But we've got like, you know, more of the fun film. We totally do. Gotta love that fun film. Tiny self. Like an imaginary friend's lollipop. Alright. So, I'm really interested in how this is gonna look. And of course, this is like the backside if y'all want to see that. So, hold up. Move before use. No shit. What the heck? You two, come on. You naughty little thing, you. Okay. I probably gotta take something out first. Okay. God dang it. Well, okay, now I'm actually getting annoyed by the fun film. Okay, see, that fun film was better than the fun film.
Here comes a new challenger!
Appreciate that follow, King Helios. Glad to have you on board Mask Alley. Welcome aboard. Hey! That's gonna be a problem. You turn off right now. I forgot. It turns like in Lumia stream, it turns the lights all the way back on. So I had to turn them back off again. Wait a minute, hold on, something wrong here. Okay, yeah, no, I think that's actually... Okay, is there any more fun film? Yeah, there's more fun film. Is there more fun film here? I don't think that's the fun film. Okay, I guess we're not gonna unleash the power of the fun anymore. Okay, see, the other one didn't have this either. It didn't have a thing to protect that. They make it seem premium. I'll put that right there for a second. Because we got to figure out, well, actually, I gotta put it back up. We see, like, where this goes. Okay, it should be the, there we go, the first two. I may switch these out later. Sheesh. I need to go to the gym today. I could've, like, worked out right here. That's a your ass. I will not be finessed. Haha! I mean, I would say I'd ground the lights, but the socket does have 3 prongs. That was terrible. It's already grounded, you know, you get it. That was horrible. That joke sucked. Yeah, King Helios, if you ever want to do something like that with your lights, Lumia Stream. Basically, it's Lumia Stream. It's been a while since you used that one. You can use Lumia Stream, and you can use, like, the, 'cause I got the Elgato key lights here. They got, like, a wide variety of lights that it supports. These are Life X ones. Can't remember this exact model. But another thing I've got set up is that when I do horror streams, it actually will change the lights in the room for a bit, depending on what, because I use, like, something called Pulsoid for my heart rate. And so, when my heart rate, like, goes higher and higher, it'll, like, go from, like, green to yellow to orange and red. There's also a special level of it where it kind of, like, will turn all the lights out of the room and trigger a jump scare if my heart gets too high. But yeah, it actually will change, like, the color of the lights based around where my heart rate is. It's absolutely... Lumia Stream is great. It's, like, a lot of fun to tinker around with. I mean, I still haven't really tapped into all you can do with it. I still want to, like, try to set things up for hype trains. You know, I don't really ever get those too much. But I have, like, this little zombie train thing where, like, a train comes in, like, runs over some zombies come out of the ground. I like how this one came out no problem. It looks like this is gonna take 2. Okay, so what's going on here? Something ain't right here. What'd I do? I bet I took them out of the wrong ones. I took them out of the wrong ones. No wonder things ain't compliant. I'm telling you all this. That 209 from RoboCop would not to be happy with me because I am not helping things comply here. I just kidnapped the stunt doubles. You know, I'm getting the wrong ones. I never, like, you know, miss a try. If I ever have a chance to use that as a joke, I will. Once I've watched Spaceballs. Okay, computer, wasn't a challenge. Check some real quick. You know, I don't know why. For some reason, I'm having, you know, I feel like if Lavender Tower, like, you know, plays tonight, gonna, like, end up, like, you know, being embarrassing as hell. Like, for some reason, this stream seems like, I don't know, it's just something about the stream, like, you know, because Lavender Tower is based on that song it plays where it seems like there's just mischief afoot and everything when I'm doing, like, a Pokemon card unboxing. So it just seems like it'll just be inappropriate, like just be like, you know, just Deus Ex Machina just making fun of my ass with this or whatever, so. God damn it! I don't want to hear a damn thing from any of you. I did not friggin' that. That's kind of chaos we're dealing with. For those who know what's happening, hello, you're listening to Lavender Tower. I did not summon that damn song. It's a banger, but see, now it's working because, like, as I tried to put that in for, just not realize I didn't actually get. I want to make it very well known to y'all that I'm not an expert at making computers or building computers. It's kind of like just wing it. But the song playing right now is kind of got me feeling a bit of a wait. It's not good. I knew it. I knew when that song played, it was gonna be Menace vibes. I can't get this damn screw out. Every other screw's been complying, but this one wants to like just choose violence. Thanks a lot, Lavender Tower. You know, you cursed me. I cursed myself. I put a smaller screw in, and it. Size doesn't matter, Rogues. I put a small one in there. I put it. There's no way I'm getting around like any kind of innuendo with that one. I put the small one in and it worked better. For some reason, they went out. How is it the big one? I know there ain't no way I can safely say it, but it's just like for some reason I used like the 1 bit compared to like the 2 and it worked better. Like it gave no, it did not like, you know, cause any problems there or whatever. You know, you need to get your ass in here. It was already a pain like to actually get you and everything in the first place because, you know, I had to like, but there's a reason they came out so easy, Rogues. Because guess who went to the wrong screws again? Okay. Ladder Tower cursed me. I got like so caught up in that and everything, I didn't realize. Okay, you know what? Oh, where'd it go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where'd the other one go? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is my life? Is this my life right now? Where'd it go? Okay, now that one just up and just ran. It left. It literally like spread legs and walked up. Boy. Oh, there it is. Felt like I was playing Where's Waldo for a second there. Well, I mean, one thing's for sure, you know, this may not be the most professional PC build, but I mean, at least y'all gonna be entertained. Even if it's at my expense. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take these out first this time. Finally! Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna go and get you out too. And of course, like, it's always that first one is the pain, then the other one, like, you know, is... All right, fam, you know, you went through enough. You are going in. I'm tired of you. You're going in. Please somebody pick the right. Okay, I picked the right ones, and... Okay, let me see here. Bullseye. You hear a click? Oh, it totally clicked. I'm loving this. I'm loving like the whole like vertical thing of it. So this is the point behind like me putting like, you know, fans on the bottom rogues. That way they can go up, like it'll put air up and it'll like, you know, it'll go through the fans. So yeah. You know what you screws are? Just like, you know, just completely just retire you. Just put like, you know, like put the other ones I got in. Even if I don't like use like the other screws like any more than I already have or whatever, at least I've got them as backup. Again, I will be taking them with me up to when I go see Amber and Joe, in case like, you know, because we are supposed to be going to Micro Center. If there's anything else she's gonna need for a computer, which, you know, she will need something else. She's definitely gonna need like at least like, you know, hard drives. And eventually I'd like to get me like, you know, because that's the other thing, Rogues. The hard drives in that computer, they're just a temporary thing. Like I said, they're going into this one, but I do want to get those upgraded in coming months as well, because I've had them for a few years. That's the reason I'm not giving them to Amber, because I don't know what their life expectancy is. But I do want to kind of upgrade to like something a little bit bigger, so I'd like to get like, one's like a 4 gig, I'd like to get a 6 gig, and the other one's a 6 gig, I'd like to get an 8 gig. Another thing about this computer that I'm really liking is that I've always wanted to have one that has purely white aesthetics. Outside of like, you know, that's the thing, like in the cord right here, you can barely see it. Like it's tucked behind there. What I'm wanting to do is there's like these $70 cords I'm wanting through Cable Mod. It's like red. So that's obviously going to go with the whole umbrella theme, because this is going to be completely Resident Evil theme, like I said, once I'm done. So I do want to, yeah, it's pretty much like there's these cables that are like $70 from Cable Mod. I got like a lot of like, you know, movies, games, and everything, and also like a lot of it is my OBS, my stuff for OBS. And that's the thing, one of the drives in question I use for like, you know, my Steam games. Yeah, I mean, as long as you at least got something to start out with, Amber, I mean, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm also just kind of like, you know, someone who likes just having storage. Amber says she's the same way. Yeah, it's basically just, I've got like, you know, my Steam games, my OBS stuff, movies, shows, and everything, stuff I've downloaded. And also, like, on one of the drives, I've got my book. It's pretty much in the sense of, like, making sure I've got, like my M.2, that's another thing that's going in here as well. You guys can't see it, but it would actually normally go behind this thing right here. I'm not about to take this thing back out. But there's a panel right here, you pretty much just, like, there's, like, a screw you, like, you know, just touch, and you can kind of, like, twist, and this panel will flip up, and that's where the M.2 goes. And the M.2 is my, boot drive. And then the other two drives, like I said, are just, like, my media stuff for my Steam games and everything. Okay, so this is pretty much good to go on this. Of course, then again, I think I just ran into a problem. So, fat ass right here is in the way of me getting, like, these cords in. Like, you know, the cord, okay, it's gotta come back out. Well, at least it'll be easier this time. Where's my, screwdriver? I know I didn't put it away. Yes, I ain't done with you yet. Where'd I put my screwdriver? There it is. It's gotta come back out for a second. Yeah, I hope it does for you, Jeremy. Okay, at least it'll be easier to get it, since I already took the screws out. So yeah, it's not gonna be as much of a pain to get. At least I can kind of show you guys what I was talking about with this cord. So basically, what'll happen? Also, I think I'm making good time for like being at this for about an hour or so. Hour and 19 minutes. Okay, let me put that back there for a second. So pretty much what this does, if I flip this up, I mean, I know this right here is in the way. Can't really do anything about, well, yeah, so if I kind of like do this, well, also that is in the way. But normally this right here, this panel would come up. Ah, screw it, I'll unscrew it so I'll show you guys real quick. Since we're already doing that anyway. Because this will be like a quick, you know, thing to put right back in there. Okay, so if I remove this. Alright, now if I flip this right here, It basically, this is pretty nifty. It just does that. Comes up. It's got like a thermal paste on the bottom, as you can see right there. And the M.2 will go like here. It actually has like space for several. And that right there, I think is like where mine goes. So it kind of like it goes down there. And it's like thermal paste on the bottom as well. So yeah, and you just kind of like, just reattach it. So do, as you will. Kind of tricky to do it in one hand because I'm like, holding this other thing up. But yeah, it came with like all that thermal paste like already, installed, which was amazing. So I didn't have to actually, not really, well, yeah, basically thermal paste. There's like these two slots here. Notch down into. That's like, it's really tricky to get this back on there. But I want to show y'all. Okay, hang on. Almost there. Gotta get this one. Jesus. I think one of them's going in. Yep, there we go. So then you just kind of like. Yeah, still trying to be problematic, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's causes problems. Yeah, it's trying to get back in there. Yeah, this is being a bit of a problem here, Rogues. I did not plan this. I mean, I didn't really plan any of this, but that should do it. No? Why isn't it going back down? Is there something, like, holding it? That's strange. Like, for some reason, it's... That's weird. I mean, it's snug as a bug in a rug on all this. Alright, that should do it. Huh, what the hell? Man, we have to like put like the... Yeah, it's weird. It's lined up perfectly, but for some reason it's not wanting to go... Yeah, I think I... There. That was so strange. It was not wanting to come out. It was not... Okay, now it's... Hang on. I gotta like look into that a little more, because it shouldn't have been doing all that. Unless I gotta like put it down there first. That's the only thing I hate about this. I mean, it's a pretty nifty little thing, but god damn, like, it's a pain in the... I'll get it, Rogue. Just give me a second. It's been several. Now watch this. Off stream, when I gotta like put this thing back in there or whatever, when I gotta put the M.2 in there, it's gonna work just fine. See, look at that. Off stream, it's gonna work perfectly. I'm gonna get it first try. Just watch. I mean, y'all can't watch because I'm gonna be, it's gonna be off stream. I just hate the fact that I'm sweating a little bit, which thinks there's an ad break coming up, but yeah, I don't want to sweat on my components, because I wasn't sweating before that. Now I am. Making sure that camera's still going on that end. Okay. Because I'm not gonna be turning the computer on right away after the stream anyway, so I'll be able to kind of like, you know, go through and make sure. That fan's feeling like really good right now, though. That's the thing. I mean, I got like a massive workout just trying to get that stupid thing back in there. I mean, I don't know why it was like holding it up. I mean, it kept getting stuck. But yeah, that's how it works. But normally, Rogues, it wouldn't work like that. It would actually go like a lot easier. No, you're not supposed to go back. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So let me think about this. Thankfully, everything's labeled, so I'll know where it goes. It shouldn't be too much of an issue for me to go and get like these few connectors taken care of. And they're basically right there, so. I'm going to tell y'all my cable management when y'all see it in a bit probably is going to be abysmal, but I'll be managing that much better at the stream. I mean, the thing is, this thing isn't going to get turned on during the stream because again, the hard drives are in like that computer. But obviously, I'll be updating the thumbnail on YouTube, like to actually show like the computer on, because right now it's just like a stack of boxes of my stuff. But of course, I'll be posting like on my Twitch stories. I'll be sharing an up scroll to my like 4 followers on there, Blackmore or Sammy, you know, Kazajonin, like being one of them. I'll probably post it on there, and of course on my YouTube community posts. So yeah, Discord, YouTube community posts, Twitch stories, and of course the thumbnail on YouTube for this. Because like I said, I've got like this little placeholder thumbnail for right now, just showing the boxes of everything. But I'm gonna actually make it look like this. I'm gonna just show the this when it's on. Once I HD audio, front panel. That's right, the front panel. I'm trying to think here. You know, I think what I like. There's another thing I like about this case. The front panel is absolutely great. What I just noticed. So, that case right there, or that case right there, the Corsair one, it's got pretty much, you know, for you to have all your front panel stuff on and everything, it's got like all these little individual plugs you got put into one spot. It's like one of the main things I used to hate doing about the computer. But the front panel for this, yeah, I'm kind of happy about it just being, I can't really see it that well, but it's just this cord right here. It's basically everything is like it's just one cord. So, well, maybe I may stand correct. I'm seeing that right there, so I may be wrong. Well, we'll know soon. Maybe I just don't act. Okay, I'll show you guys in a second what I was talking about. Once I get all these like connected up. Sounds kind of a vibe. I ain't even heard this before. I just basically just threw it on the. I just took a bunch of my screen beat stuff I got on my computer and just like threw it into Music Bee. That's what I use for like. I don't use iTunes. I use Music Bee. Okay, let's go and like take a step through, and I can just like, you know, leave the rest back later. Okay. I can definitely tell like the cable management of what this computer is gonna be absolutely amazing though. Okay, so make sure it's still going. All right. Now what I was talking about, Rogues, is that you probably can't see it that well, but there's this little thing right here. Can't really see it that well, but it's pretty much a little wall of basically like just these little like individual you know, prongs or whatever. You got like, you know, plug these like, you know, these different you know, cables into one by one, and it's absolutely a pain in the ass normally to do it if you don't know what you're doing. But then like you see this right here, and again, it's just like this cable. Everything is pretty much integrated in this one cable, so I'm pretty sure it's gotta be just like another plug I gotta put into. It's kind of like giving it some perspective, like how much this thing sucks normally. So usually these things are so convoluted that, like, just kind of like explain this. You got this little thing right here. This right here. It's basically how this works is that you pretty much, you know, connect each of the individual things in right here. They lock in, then you plug it into the motherboard. It's kind of like a little bit tricky to explain, but it's basically stuff for your front panel. So basically, it'd be like how you like when you push the power button, it'll turn the power on and everything. It's hard to explain. Just different motherboards, different cases have different ways that you have to like do all that. But I just like that this is all in one cord, it looks like. So it's definitely like it really streamlines things. Makes it, because I was really worried about having to do that with this one, but then what I got just HD audio. I'm gonna have to pull this again, loose again one more time here. But the good thing is that the graphics card, the way it's gonna be like, you know, in my computer, it's actually gonna be like hiding some of the cords as well. So we pull this loose, and we're gonna get some magic going here. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Alright, so that's HD audio. Would that be a USB? It probably would be its own thing. Alright, HD audio goes right here. See? You got to flip it. Oh, that was it. We're trying to like. Yeah, so... There it goes. All right. So, raise the audio's in. Nice. Okay. Front panel. The only thing is I gotta figure out where the hell you go is the problem. I wonder, could it still go in this connector spot? And just like it's only like gonna be halfway or something. That'd be wild if that was the case. I probably don't want to chance that, but it went in. I'm gonna laugh if the way I just did that is how it's supposed to go. I plugged that in and it went in no problem. But I'm hoping that... I'm confused. Hang on, where's that manual at? Where the hell are you at? You ain't about to blow me up. Thanks for your insight, bitch. It didn't tell me what I need to do here. It's just because I'm looking at right. Let me try plugging it into one of the USB slots. That could be it. It doesn't go into USB either. What about you? What do you want to do? You want to do the thing? You want to help me? It doesn't fit. Okay, I'm just gonna put it in here and try it, because really the way this is gonna work, Rogues, if it's not in the right spot, it's not gonna turn on. This is basically controls the front panel stuff, like the power button and, you know, all that. But that's the thing, if that's the only slot it's going into, there's like several other, like, you know, there's several other, like, you know, prongs right there that aren't being used by this now. So, that's weird. Okay, so this will be USB 3, and I forgot what you're for, but I know where you go. Yes, it. Why the hell does it sound like Charlie Brown music? Like Schroeder's playing this shit or something. Okay, this one right here. Hold on a sec, what's that right there? Actually, that's where you go. Okay, so this is USB 3, Rogues. One thing you always know when you're doing a build or whatever, usually, is that USB 3 has a blue color to it. Like when you have like the USB 3 ports. What color is this? Blue. Dabba dee babba da. I'm just hating that like the cords are. What are you doing back out? I just put you in there. Oh, do your job. Okay, it's snug as a bug in a rug now. Just hoping ain't gonna be no bugs. Okay, like I said, the good thing is I'll be able to tuck all this back in there. It's like there's a lot more. It's gonna like be more, less obvious once I'm done. Okay. So we just put this back up. Pull these all back. You guys are gonna see some magic here, probably. Yeah, I do kind of like how like it's got this little thing right there that makes it easier to get the cables in. All right, yeah. So these things are barely gonna be noticed. Hold up, there's something I can do with that one though. I can kind of like, I did make a bit of a mistake here. Not a bad mistake. It's just I can put this one, I can arc it under. And yeah, okay. Easy peasy. It was the audio one, I had it like where I can kind of like just kind of go under the bridge here with it. Okay. Probably what I should have done in the first place. That's why I was struggling with it. Then it went in no problem that time. So once this is done, yeah, another thing I'm liking is I'm just looking at it right here. I can see that this chassis in the back has like a lot more space, so much more space than my other one did. And I'm also liking, and so straight up rogues, one thing I'm loving about this too, power supplies. Don't you talk to me like that? I saw that. Don't you talk back? The power supply is gonna go in sideways. I never had a computer case do that before, but the reason I'm happy about that is that Corsair case, I felt like I probably could have, you know, assembled a goddamn, like, you know, shrine, like monkey from the Shrine of the Silver Monkey from Legend of Hidden Temple before I could actually get that friggin' power supply in there. You basically get like a very, like basically this much headroom to get your power supply in that Corsair case and everything, and then y'all don't want to do it. That's all I'm gonna say. So I'm happy that, you know, if I show y'all the depth of it right here, yeah, it's basically, this is like a lot more room that I have with my Corsair case. The power supply's gonna go in sideways, and since it's going in sideways, that means I'll be able to access the cords a lot easier, because there's not like a little, because basically this little wall right here, kind of similar to what I was doing with the Corsair thing, and that the power supply went in horizontally under something like this. This obviously wasn't as, you know, as small as it was, but, you know, point is, it was a very small, like, amount of space to put my power supply in. So having it right here, where it's gonna be sideways. Oh, I'm totally got max headroom. I can't do like the stutter like him. But, yeah. Having it like this means, like, I'll have easy access, basically, you know, because the cords with power supply are modular, so you just snap them in. But when you have, like, a very small thing right here, where the power supply is, and you basically, then it means you have to, like, pretty much pull the cords out from right there and put them around where you need them to go. This having where everything's easily accessible, yeah, I love this case. I've already expressed that. I wanted this thing for 2 years. Those 2 years were worth it. But yeah, point what I was saying is that you saw everything was cluttered, like when I had it up there before, Rogue. Now you can kind of see that. Everything is like so, you know, minuscule, so clean right here. But I'm gonna pull it back even like a little bit further. Yeah, so again, I wish the cords could be white. Maybe I could like probably find some for this or whatever, but it's really not like a big deal. You know, it's this, you know, but at the end of the day, once I get like, because now I can actually put this back in here. Where'd I put it? Where you be? Where'd it go? Because if I'm right, yeah, it's not gonna be noticeable. I mean, you can see that one right there, but otherwise it's barely noticeable. But yeah, and actually, like, kind of do like some of the cords right there, you know. That's it, because I mean, I figured it wasn't gonna be like purely white and red and everything, but like once I get like some of the other stuff I want for this and get everything else in here, where it's not really gonna be that much anyway. I suppose I could, like, maybe I could like probably see if I can, like, you know, get out, like, you know, get replacement cords for this, because the ones that are behind the power supply you can't really see. I don't really care about, like, behind the GPU I don't really care. It would be nice actually, kind of like for aesthetic purposes, like switch this one out for a red or white one. Same with this one. But you know, it's not the end of the world. It's, how many calories do I burn a day? I burned 813 calories a day. I was like at 600 when I got home, where so I burned apparently like 200 calories just like you know, building this computer. Like the majority of them were probably like trying to get that stupid panel back on. Last of that. Okay. So let's see. Okay, let me get these. I'm trying to, of course, make sure I don't like tip it up on the glass. It's tempered glass, so I know it's not gonna be a big deal, but I also want to scratch it. Common sense would dictate, you know, if we don't do that. Well, man, I'm probably going to take these things off. See, the other one didn't have these on either, so I'm just going to take those off. Yeah, that was like things like just covering HDMI and display port slots. So I got two, like three. I don't think like my other, like, you know, the other 5060 had 3 display ports. I think it had like 2 display ports and 1 HDMI. This one's got 3 display ports. I don't really need those because my monitor's 2 use display port and the other one uses HDMI. Okay. The only thing I'm not too fond of is the fact there's a gap right there. But, you know, it's whatever. It says something like expansion right there, so... I have me wondering how I actually. I guess I would have if I would have used like my cause I have like that's the thing. I've also got like a GP, like I've got like a capture card. I'm gonna be sending Amber's way as well. It's an internal one, since apparently I found out that with me getting like my Aver Media one, I had like an Elgato HD60 Pro. Cause I had like a bunch of like, for those who don't know, I had like a whole bunch of latency issues on my PS5 stuff before I figured it out. I'm probably gonna send like HD60 Pro to Amber too, because she'll be able to put that in the old case. So I'm wondering how it would have fit in this one, because basically, as y'all can see, and obviously with this in the way, that down there, the H60 Pro would have like went there close to where it was. But it's not really, not like really matters, because I'm not gonna use it anymore. Okay, so all that's in. So now comes the fun part. I'm gonna probably save the power supply for last. And it's also a good thing that I was using like the drill for just a few seconds earlier, because I just noticed there was a couple nails in the motor. So yeah. Alright, I ain't about to get Final Destination. I don't know where those came from. I'm probably going to put the drill back away. Okay, make sure it's still going. Alright, so what we got now is basically the fans and the power supply, the fans, and the liquid cooler, and we'll be good to go on this. Of course, that's the fun part about this, because there's a bunch of stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna save the power supply for last. I'm gonna have to get everything plugged in anyway. So let's go ahead and see how this works. Probably excited to turn this over upside down. This is, yeah. See if we can install those bottom fans first. So I'm just kind of like, you know, just going off the seat of my pants here, Rogues, but. That's how it works. Okay, see how this panel came off. Alright, so I'm probably going to go and open up the reverse blades first. I got like, it's going to be 6 reverse blades. 1 standard one. Because the whole point behind like the reverse blade fans, guys, is that, so pretty much reverse blade and I think normal blade fans can both work the same. It's just that the one you have like a reverse blade one where they're basically, you know, used for intake. But it keeps like the graphic or whatever, or like the design on the front of the fan. While the other one or whatever, the one I'm going to have in the rear of the case, it's going to work as an outtake, or it's going to work as like an exhaust, and basically keep everything in the front of the fan. It's mainly like an aesthetics thing. But see, I got like this triple pack right here because it came with a controller. It's supposed to like let me like connect all the fans up together. Where'd my knife go? There it is. So yeah, like I said, the difference is these are for outtake, or these for intake, while keeping the design forward. While this one right here is for, so outtake, exhaust fan keeps the design forward. Intake brings air in, keeps the design forward. And I got like 3 that I'm gonna pretty much gonna be putting at the side of the, you guys will see when I get to it. Just gotta get these in first. So I'm just gonna open this up first, see what this controller is supposed to be about. So I think that's gonna be like one of the more complex parts of this. Oh Jesus, I'm kind of concerned. All right, so 1 fan, 2 fan. Why is there 4 of these? Hope you enjoyed the journey of building your PC. Welcome you to share your hard work with us through our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, either by using Lee and Lee or sharing a post. Hold giveaway events on all platforms. Keep an eye on our pages. I ain't gonna win. Okay. So the way these are supposed to be designed is that you can just snap them together, I think. Okay, okay, at least I include a manual. What'd you be? What the fudge? What'd this be? I guess we'll know when we read the manual. Oh, they're everywhere! Jeez, go away. Okay, oh, please don't tell me it's in Japanese. Fan-to-fan connection. Okay, so like I said, 3 on the bottom. This is probably gonna be the trickiest part of this, guys. If I got the software. Okay. Somebody had to use the software. I ain't worried about that yet. I'm trying to get. That's just the software. That's not helping me. Okay. Well, I mean, at least I know how to use you when I get the computer on. Okay. Back to the Shadow Realm, you got. Alright, fan-to-fan connection. Now we're talking. We're gonna, like, dot this thing like a Megazord. It's time to combine or something. Alright, yeah, so this is, like, what the fans look like, guys. And they do light up. So it's pretty much supposed to be that, like I said, the whole mirrorless thing, or the whole, like, verse thing. This is the back of the fan, and this right here is going to be the front, where it's going to have, like, this little mirror design. That you guys can, you know, trying to get y'all this. Yeah, but you kind of, like, see, like, their little mirror design in it and everything. So, more fun film. Yeah, so now you can definitely see, like, how it's just, like, so reflective. How's it going, Rose? But anyways, that was terrible. Well, yeah, I mean, they're like $30 and everything, but still, when you think about other cases out there, that's the thing. These are like $30, but I mean, there's definitely like, you know, other fans out there that like they're more expensive. Honestly, you know, these are kind of like, yeah, 3 of them are like $90, give or take. But I mean, I got them in a triple pack, so that's pretty much how they were. I actually saved money on them, and it came with the controller. Because the controller's supposed to like allow me to like, you know, I think control up to 6 of them at once. Actually, I think it's supposed to be 10 of them. I can't remember. I'm hoping it's gonna like let me control all of them together. But like I said, the reason I got these is because the case in question came with no fans, so I had to actually, you know, facilitate the fans myself. So when I said like I was building this computer from the ground up, I mean, I wasn't kidding. Like, I missed one right here. Where you be? There it is. And that means I also missed one on this one. Okay. Now the question, now it's time to dock. You must dock. Alright, fan-to-fan connection, this should be fine. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, I think I get this. Hey, Rogues, I did it. The case was $200, but as I said at the beginning of the stream, that was actually like someone who actually got that was like a Ko-fi goal that someone actually paid for the case. Someone actually got it for me, so I definitely need to get the case myself. It was like one of my supporters to help, like one of my I'll just go and say friend straight up. He wasn't just a supporter, it was a friend who got it for me. So yeah, so that actually went really well as far as just like snapping them together. So that was easy. Hey Rogues, I did something productive. Power module install. So I'm gonna assume that since only one power module is actually seeable now, that means I only got to use one of these things. Oh, that's what it is. I'm gonna fight someone. I'm guessing, like, since we did this or whatever, we got, yeah, it has to be like that. I mean, I got like all three of them together, so we only got to use one of the power modules. Because like they just kind of like, you know, let you have three in case you like, unless you only want to use one of them. Yeah, but the case itself, King Helios, like I said, the kit like explains like the prices and everything. But it's a it's a height Y70. Like it's like $200, and they actually have a more expensive option. You got a point there. But I think like also a lot of it's just like it's definitely like a much higher quality case and everything. I think it's kind of like the reason it's definitely like more expensive. But I think it's also kind of like one of the more like a luxury case to an extent. In the sense of like, yeah, it's bare bones, but also makes it where it actually can be customizable. And they do have like less expensive options. I don't know if those come with cases or not. But it's mainly like it's just kind of designed for people to have like flexibility to actually, because yeah, like definitely like adding like more like getting the fans was like also like more expensive. Because they also got like an option where you get like a touchscreen on the front. I'm eventually gonna get the touchscreen by itself, because otherwise it would have been like about a $400 case. But I do want to get the touchscreen for it, just like for the aesthetics. I mean, well, not just aesthetics, there's a functionality. It's a touchscreen, but that's something that was like more of a want instead of a need. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, basically, if someone like has like, again, I was lucky with someone actually helping me out with this. Otherwise, I probably never would have got it. So yeah. But it's more of a luxury design thing. But yeah, like Amber said, this probably could, you actually look up some of the builds on here, you can see like people that probably went in with this like with a bigger budget than I've got. There's actually those that have the touch screen, and they like, you know, went in for like some of the more expensive stuff, like even than what I'm doing with this. Like I think like probably what I'm doing with this case, where it's probably like it's one of the more popular designs, where it's basically usually a lot of people go with the Lee Unifans and everything. And the Hydra, like sometimes people say like, I think like for the Lee like liquid cooler, they go with that. They'll go with either like the Galahad, I think is what it is, and some people just go with the Corsair cooler. But I'm going with the reason I went with the Hydra Shift one is because the fans in it look very similar to this. They're basically kind of like similar fans here, because like the Hydra Shift is by Lee as well. But the one thing with Lee is that they also have like the Hydra Shift I got. There's a less expensive version of it. Because they also have like a thing where you can get it without the fans, so that way you can put your own custom fans in it. So yeah. Okay, so let me see here. This actually might not be that much of a pain. This is the main thing I was dreading, Rose, like trying to get this taken care of. Power module installation, fan connection. We already got the fan connection. Socket for the power module are in different sizes. Please beware of the connection. I will say at the very least, the instructions, all things considered, are a bit easy to understand. But I'm guessing like really what this is, I'm just gonna need like one, because I think they said that like, you know, one of these will power 3 fans. And it kind of makes sense, because you guys look at this right here. This right here basically is for like to attach more fans. This right here is for the power module. So there's only gonna be like, this is gonna be powered by one power module. I kind of like that. Question is, how does this go in? Yeah. Okay, I get it. so that was definitely like some level 300 IQ stuff they did as well there, Rogue. So the thing right here, there's only a certain way it could go in. What they were saying about like the slots being different sizes, kind of like it was like an electrical outlet. Like, you know, sometimes with electrical outlets, you know, they have like one that's longer, one that's smaller, so you only have to put it in a certain way. Similar thing with that, in that they only had like a certain, like they had like one of the notches was bigger and one was smaller, so the like the tabs can only go in certain ones. So they did a really good job with that, so you know exactly which way to put it. So yeah, that was. So these, I guess, you just have as backups in case like the cords break, like sometimes with the cords. And it's like they did 3, and even I guess did like a 4th one in case you want to add like another fan to it, I guess. Unless there's something else we gotta do here, because this thing right here is what I'm worried about. So that's what I gotta do this controller. More cords. You better have some Oh, hell no. That's a concern. There's no instructions to this thing. But then again, thinking about it, I think I know how this works, because there was something similar in the Corsair case. So, oh, they're going wild with like the 3M for this one. This thing's heavy. I can like probably knock someone out with this. I think I already get it. Let me look at one of these first. So how this is gonna go is I'm gonna be able to put this on the back of the case. So if I'm right, don't quote me on it, Rogues, because that can be a very bad decision where things like. So yeah, I'm right. I get it. Yeah. So one cord here or whatever. So here's basically how this is gonna work, guys. So total, I'm gonna probably need 3 of these. I'm gonna need like use 3, because this one right here, for these 3 fans, the 3 they're gonna be on the side, and the one that's gonna be in the back of the case. And I think this is all gonna be for the lighting, probably, or maybe the power as well. So yeah, I think. All right, more fun film. At least like the camera, don't jinx it. I mean, I already did that one time tonight with like, you know, a certain song that I'm not gonna mention here. But this thing's got like a weird design on it. I wonder if it's like a mirror thing too. It might be an LCD screen. I don't know what that is. I'll know when I plug it in. So I'm gonna have to figure out how this controller works. But I'm guessing the way this is gonna go is that it's got like these prongs right here. So I mean, so yeah, and it's got these. So I know where these go on the power supply. Welcome in, Unknown. How you doing tonight, man? So yeah, there's like a sync thing. I mean, I'll probably have to like look up how to use the controller. But I know like this is supposed to be how I'll be able to use like the Infinity software on the computer, so I can like control the fans more remotely. But if I'm right, I should be able to do all of that through like this one software I got on my computer anyway. Yep, those adult Legos. Gotta love them. All right. So I guess this would. So there's one right. I think I get it, Rogues. So that goes right there. Yep. So what basically how this works, guys, is that we should be able to like plug in like another one on this, and we, you know, plug in another. I know I keep on like, you know, going out of camera. Welcome in, man. Right here, I'm doing like this. I'm at like, you know, Deuce Bigelow. That's a huge bitch. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm like, what was the woman's name off of Powerpuff Girls? Oh God, I just thought about that. Either like the tall chick from like Deuce Bigelow, or I keep forgetting her name because I ain't seen Powerpuff Girls in forever. But the one like they always did like the comical joke with it, Miss Bella. Thank you. I can't believe and it's bad I forgot her name because I simped hard for her as a kid. Who didn't? I'm also the same one like who when he was a kid, like I simped hard for Marie from Ed, Edd and Eddy too. So the Kanker sisters were nuts and everything, but it's kind of like, you know, you had to root for them to an extent. I mean, they were still more tolerable than Eddie's brother, like from the movie. Okay, actually, I think oh, that's how it works. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. So this little slot right here, Rogues, that's for the 3M. So they actually, that's pretty cool. That's kind of satisfying. So basically it just like fits those. Yeah, that slot's for the 3M. Okay. I probably might work on this after I get up everything else installed. Because that's going to be something I have to like look up online. Main thing we're doing here is just getting like the get everything on here and everything. Because like I said, I'm not gonna be able to turn this thing on tonight anyway, or like during the stream. I still don't know what these things are for. I mean, I don't know if it's supposed to be like some kind of fancy cable ties or what. But see these things right here. This kind of like for some reason gives me like vibes like you hear like in Dragon Ball Budokai or something, or it sounds like freestyle by Bum Funk MCs or whatever. Freestyle. Or, guy, no unknown will will probably like agree with this one. It sounds like something you hear in frequency or amplitude. Auto Blaster. Okay. Alright, so this should be pretty simple to just pop right in there. Oh, the hell you say? You're going in. Uh-oh. No. Y'all going in. It says it's supposed to be like a space for it's like 3, but these are things are being pretty snug here. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is, there you go. You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, it said that, like, it should fit 3, so I know it'll go in. I just gotta... It's these chords right here. They're kind of like, oomping it. Yeah, the chords right there that are... It said there's... I swear, if I got 3 of these things, I ain't need them. I wonder if I can, like, put 2 of them in and then connect together. But otherwise, this ain't happening. I mean... You know what, Rogues, I might have been lied to. Because these things are not going in. Wait, hold on. No, that was a ticket. Okay, now it sounds kind of like Mega Man or something. It sounds like a track that'll probably be in Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim's the game. I still need to get the new one. Yeah, as far as like, that's probably, I got it in the wrong one. Shut up. When I used to play Amplitude, I think it's mainly just because of the demo. But one of my favorite songs to play on there was Baseline by Korashi. I think that was mainly because of the demo. Because it was like... Okay, so this kind of works now, Rose. I just gotta like... I think I got it. Except there's one problem that... Unless I gotta like it... Okay. I probably gotta like, screw it in from like above. But they're in. I was gonna be mad if I actually couldn't like, if I got 3 fans, I didn't need all of them. That looks pretty nice. I like that. Just gotta get this right here. Yeah, these things actually are... Okay, now comes the fun part. Make sure I got the holes lined up. I saw that look. Okay, where's the screws at? Again. I timed that again perfectly. Again. See, y'all wouldn't have known I could have been a part of that song. You wouldn't have realized it. Pause again. Starts back up. Where are these? Does my house like has like got a gremlin that keeps on like coming up and stick right here? Trying to see if I have like I do. It's got some. It's got like, you know, because these things are gonna be like, you know, these things will definitely be probably visible. So okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna hope that maybe once I put this thing back on here, that maybe, just maybe, they'll, okay, yeah, see, guys, that looks great. I think, because I swear now I think about it, someone was talking about, like, they couldn't get, like, the fans in somewhere. I wonder if it actually was talking about here, what, like, they're talking about here, and they know they had to actually uninstall one, like, you know, remove one of them to get them to fit. So yeah, if y'all get one of these cases or whatever, just keep in mind, use that as reference. You want to take one of them off. Oh, that last one, I can look at it for you real quick. It was by Harris Heller. It was Stream Beats. I didn't have time. I know I could have like set up probably something where it showed like a track, like what track was playing. It was Machine I'd Rather. Yeah, yeah, it's down there. It's called Machine I'd Rather instrumental. It has me wondering what like a non-instrumental will sound like. We're doing that real quick. I'm gonna look at the non-instrumental. Probably have it or whatever, but that's the thing, because they do have like some, because vocal, because that's the thing, like my outro, like, you know, basically like the outro to my streams or whatever. It's also like the outro to my videos, like whenever I do like a highlight montage. Because y'all, it's the same song, but it's got like, you know, one's got vocals. It's Demon by Stream Beats. So Beatweaver, I don't know if I've heard of that. You know, that song that plays in my outros, like for my highlight montage on YouTube, like Maybe I'm a Little Young, whatever. That's like the vocal version of Demon. And then, like, you know, my outro for my live streams is also, it's the instrumental for that. Both of them by Stream Beats. I'm curious about, like, the vocals behind that. It was from the Demon album. Key lyrics, I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. Thank you, because that fits me on some levels. Let's listen to the vocal track of a version of it, Rogues. Alright, come on, lay it on me. A little calmer. God damn. See what we got here.
You think you've got my number figured out? A motive born in drought and brevity.
Now it sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh opening. Or Beyblade or some shit. I think this is the same vocalist for Demon.
Machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie.
This might be a little bit trickier to get this, guys, but I'll get it. Okay, let me try something here. I'm gonna have to... I know on Demon, this guy did like some Japanese lyrics. I think he's Japanese. That's gonna be a problem.
ignoring all the signs.
There must be another way I can get these things to stick.
The fight. I still rage against the I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a
Yeah, it's a height case, unknown. Sorry about that. Height Y70.
be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poster in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine.
Oh, this son of a bitch! Sorry, guys. So I don't know if I love this guy. I love the case for this, or I'm pissed off now. No, we're discussing this one, Rogues. They okey doke the hell out of me. So it's. We're not gonna talk about how clean that screwdriver catch was. We're gonna talk about this. So I wanted to show you guys Exhibit FU. Not Exhibit A, B, C, or D. Exhibit F and U. See this right here? If this does what I think it's going to do, it did it. And you know what? And I can only be mad at myself because plot twist, guess who looked at the instructions, saw this part right here, and said, hey, what the hell's that for? You can take the mesh off. This is absolutely amazing, but I'm mad at myself as well as this case for being a jackass and not. So, the cool thing about this is that what this means, rotate this around. So I'm going to tell y'all straight up, get one of these cases, but also know this case has a joke, has jokes. So the way this works is that it actually lets you line it up perfectly. So now that I actually got that off there, I can just go ahead and screw these back on, and it'll keep it, like, from moving. One thing I do like is I've kind of been able to just kind of coast through a lot of this without the instructions. That kind of like states the easy and stuff. But of course, this is also isn't my first PC I built. So the way this works now that's in place, we can kind of line these up. There we go. I wasn't supposed to, like, line them up. The only problem is that. Yeah, so basically I'll line up here, but unfortunately I can't get to the last ones, but I probably don't need to. It's just weird that, yeah, I can't, like, I guess, like, it's pretty much just trying to say that I'm not going to need it for that last little lineup right there. There might be a way to get to it anyway. I'll figure that out later. And, I mean, with all these, like, screws I'm about to put in here. But now I'm saying, I'm kind of, I was like, okay, well, since, like, the screws are going to be visible, but at the same time, I just bought these screws for $10 or whatever, so I'm going to make sure I just use them. It came with, like, the screws right here. I was saying I want to use, like, the silver ones, but that's what I'm doing. I mean, at least I can kind of have these as a backup and everything. That's I had, like, these came with the fans. But again, I bought, like, this whole, my stupid self, like, bought, like, this whole $10 case, like, of, like, more screws than I'm ever going to probably need. I got, like, more screws going on in Austin freaking Powers here, and that's saying something. Shush. That was supposed to be raunchy. That was supposed to be spicy. I mean, it's y'all's choice if y'all want to, like, look at that as, like, habanero or ghost pepper or whatever. But the point is that this is a. My thing is I'm just, like, just trying to find, like, whatever excuse now to use these screws I paid money for that I didn't really need to. Because the main thing was I got them because I was thinking, okay, well, I pretty much, because that's the thing, the screws, like, with that case over there. So for something that you guys need to understand is that usually if you get a new motherboard, keep in mind that the motherboard itself probably isn't going to come with screws to install into the case. The case itself is going to come with the screws. My dumbass forgot that because I was like, okay, I'm installing, like, the old motherboard back into, like, my Corsair case. Now I'm going to need screws, but I'm using the screws to do that. Now I'm going to need more screws to install into, like, the height case. my brain had one job and it forgot to do it. I forgot that the height case was going to come with its own screws. So I ended up getting this whole thing, all these screws right here, all this, and I didn't need them. I mean, at the same time, doing this allowed me to pretty much, because the screws that came with the case were like, you know, the black screws or whatever, and I did want to like go with silver ones. As we saw, they work great with the motherboard I put in this. Also, I'm going to turn the music back on in a second. But realistically, I could have saved $10. But again, like the silver screws going onto the white motherboard look better. So, and plus, again, I'll be able to take this with me up to, I want to go see Amber and Rocket Nacho. So anything she puts in her computer, if we don't have like the screws for it, well, we will. Let me turn this back on. Okay. But yeah, I do like the way this is set up to where, like, you know, I mean, I like it now, but I was mad as hell when I realized how, you know, because I noticed the holes, like, wait a minute. Like, something ain't right here. Like, just a minute. Something's not right. Hold on. Something doesn't add up. But I said that music better get like a little more upbeat. Just kind of like putting screws in this computer right here on me. I'm trying to, like, you know, play like, you know, some Barry White stuff for it. One reason I'm using like Stream Beats also Rogues is that Ice Cold Bobby still hasn't, like, you know, put out his mixtape. Anyone who watched like my Crime Scene Cleaner series knows exactly what that joke was. Still waiting on that. Guess he's trying. I guess, like, you know, he had a great beat. The problem is the beat like was hitting his face. That to me was still one of the best parts about like me playing that game though. I still say he probably like raps better than some people I know. Yeah, these things ain't going nowhere. Oh yeah, it's like I said, there was like one. Hold on, you need to get the rest of the way in there, buddy. There we go. Okay. These things are snug. They are not going anywhere. You see that? So yeah, like the last two right there. Well, hold on. I'm missing one. Let's see, how many like came with this? The chassis, there's 30 of them. Okay, so that's still plenty. Kind of seems like they facilitated, like, you know, things you probably were going to be using, like, you know, having like less screws. Because I mean, if someone's like going through 50 screws, like install some case fans or whatever, you know, then they're trying to cool their whole freaking house. Okay, yeah, those ain't going nowhere. Those things are snug. I think it's safe to say those last two little things, spots right there where they couldn't do it. It's like a certain, like a Robert Randolph song. Don't matter. You need to get... You know, you dirty slut. Y'all know what I said. Okay. I just hope these things ain't gonna get dirty anytime soon, because I do not want to take those things out and clean them. I do not want to go through all that. But really, realistically, it shouldn't be that hard to clean them from that direction. Well, I don't know. Okay. So that's good. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be to, like, you know, get them in there. Once I figured out how to do it. Okay, so now that we got, like, you know, the bottom fans. And the thing about it is, I didn't necessarily have to get RGB ones. I didn't have to get, like, the same. I just want to keep everything uniform, get the same fans. Because obviously these aren't going to show up that well, but it may still show some lights on. So I'm wondering if how it's going to work for, like, underside, like, lights on the underside of the computer. But really, you know, when you look at it, obviously, they're not going to be showing up that much. you know, it's under there. But like I said, these 3 fans are gonna like, you know, cool like the GPU. It's kind of fun. Okay, now I'm looking like Pac-Man and Pac-Man 2 when like, you know, we kept on like twirling the pinwheel and it made him dizzy. All right, let's get the rear ones. Like at the rest of it, I mean, like I said, the controller should like work for everything. That's one reason I got the triple pack. The single pack didn't come with the controller. And technically, I guess I got it for free and the everything at a discount. For some reason on Amazon and other places, like the I think even on Lee & Lee's site, I think like the reverse blade ones, getting them individually went up in price a little bit. So they were like $32. So I would have been paying like about like $90, like over 100 or whatever. But I still was able to get them like for probably about maybe 95-ish or whatever on Amazon with the triple pack, and I got the controller. And the controller I think normally was about $15 to $20 what I've seen just for that. But I think that was a deal. Okay, this is the reverse one. Not the reverse one. This is like the standard one. It's gonna go into. Okay, and I know how this works, so. Alright, apparently Ice Cold Bobby must piss someone else off. Okay, now you guys just like see what I was talking about here with this one. Well, maybe not. It's probably not good. Well, you won't be able. Let me see. Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah. I can show you guys. So before, like before with it, the fans were facing like, you know, forward or where. Now you can kind of see like they're kind of reversed with the mirror thing. So this obviously is an exhaust fan. The other ones, like, you know, the blades were like, you know, the other direction with the mirror in the front. So you can, again, you can use them either way interchangeably if I'm right. You just can reverse it, but obviously if you're gonna do it for aesthetics, you know, you want like the mirror to be facing the front, because this is gonna do like a little void style color thing once it's done. As you guys can probably like see like right here. So it's gonna kind of like, you know, make it seem like it's like a rainbow donut, or for me, a red donut. Okay. I like the name of the song because the song is actually, this is become one of my favorites. I like to beat up. It's called Hot Blonde Girl. The only thing that's concerning about it, this one's got a different plug to it. So this one I might have to actually plug directly to the motherboard. I don't know, I might be able to actually plug this directly. I plug this into the controller thing too, because that's ideally what I want to do. I'm going to plug like the one like I got for the triple, since I got 4 of those. I'm going to plug one of those into this one. If it doesn't work, I'll just I put it directly on the motherboard. I'd like to have everything where I can control it all in one, you know, hub. And I figure, let me look at the controller one more time. Let me see, because if this works the way I think it does, it's got, obviously I got like 3 of them connected to one. There's 4 hubs here. So you feel like that would actually probably maybe like let you like, you know, connect like 12. I don't know how many. But I got like 3 connected to one. There'll be 3 connected to another, so I should be able to connect like this up to like, you know, one, like this one up to just one on its own. Should be able to control them all through the hub. Like name of the song, This Man Is Bread. Okay. There's that. Okay, I want to like, you know, put this. Let's see. You guys can't see it that well, but ideally I'm gonna want to put this through this slot right here. Rotate that so the cord isn't like, you know. Okay, let's see. Gotta figure this one out though. Okay, never mind, that's right. I want like to have like this design. Okay, there we go. That'll work. All right. How long have I been live? 2 hours 26 minutes. I'm making good time on this. I thought it was gonna be like it's gonna take me like a long ass time to get through it. I'm almost done. I mean, I still got a few more things I gotta do. I gotta get like the liquid cooler, which that's what I'm excited about. Okay, let me see here. You guys can see what I'm doing, like probably from this angle. Also, ad breaks about to start, Rogues, so bear with it for those who aren't subbed on YouTube, on Twitch. I haven't discussed it, but I am close to another payout on Twitch. I'm not trying to entice anyone. I'm just saying, you do want to sub where obviously Twitch Prime's a thing, but there's also definitely other creators out there probably deserve it more than me. But I was just saying, I'm only like probably about maybe $4 or so away from being at my next Twitch payout. But again, not trying to entice anyone. I just kept bringing it up and everything. Mainly, it's kind of wild for me or whatever because I never actually thought I was gonna like ever make any kind of money off like live streaming. I've got my next YouTube payout coming next month. Alright, I'm gonna like probably want to put it right there. And yeah, that probably will be fine right there. Probably be perfect. All right. Another thing I definitely suggest, folks. One thing, don't drop your screws. If you're gonna try like do your first computer, one thing I would definitely always suggest, of course, is do like a little cross thing, or like a little I'll just kind of like say it. So basically, I kind of got like one screw right there, and you want to put like another one like right down here, so that way it'll basically lock the thing in place where you put the other ones there, and you don't have to worry about it like kind of, you know, coming like, I guess, unaligned. This way it'll kind of keep it like snug, and then you can like put the other ones in, no problem. See? So now it's gonna basically just kind of stay in that position with the rest of them not being in yet. Okay, I think it looks pretty good right there. If I want to change it later, I will. I promise it did kind of unwind a little bit, but if I can't like, yeah, I can't unwind while I was doing that. It did exactly what I was. Okay, that's what happened. I just got like lowered. That's what happened. I just got lowered down just a little oversight. No problem. Yeah, see, also it's gonna work here. So the way it's designed, this little grid thing. God dang it. I can pretty much just block the screws right there. It's got like a little grid. Yeah, all right, there we go. That's perfect. 7 screws are falling. I'm gonna go back and do. Yeah, I might actually follow my own advice I was trying to give y'all. Okay. And see, like I said, I like how like this right here, there's this little spot right here. So basically the screws will keep it from like going down too far. Basically, there's like that little grid right there. Can't really see it that well, but it's gotta pretty much keep it from like falling further. I'll have it in this. That's all. Enzo Smuckers. Okay. Whatever that means. Okay, this is definitely going over now. Okay. This fan's about to be installed. Like I said, obviously I'm not gonna be getting the computer up and running, but I'm at least getting everything installed. And you guys, like, I'll probably, like, as soon as stream's over, I'm gonna go on and try to, like, get everything, rest the bells and whistles set up, get that computer pretty much, get everything out of it. So I'll get, like, the hard drives out of it. Okay. Like I said, because let me see if I can show you guys real quick. There's definitely, like, a little bit of more real estate I can use, like, right there. You can see, like, right there. So I might actually get it, like, a little more, like, a little bit closer to the edge of the case. Get it, like, a little more evened out. But, I mean, it's fine where it is in the moment. So, again, that's going to light up. Okay. Now, the other 3 fans, which are going to go here. So the way this case works, Rogues, another thing about, like, the glass right here is that, I think it's actually supposed to what helps with airflow as well, because the way it's designed is that it's got, like, a little arc there. I don't know if this is how it works, but I'm thinking it could be, you know, going by physics and everything. So the 3 other fans are going to go back here, and I would think how it works, like, it blows air forward, and it kind of curves around, and then, like, you know, that's because otherwise it's not gonna, like, because my core staircase, as you guys can, like, probably see right there, you know, you see, like, the 3 fans, like, in the front. That's the only fans that are in that case. But this one, like, the fans are gonna be, like, on the side, pulling air in, and then it'll, you know, that's also kind of like, you know, the whole thing of, like, have the mesh on the back of the case. You guys, like, see right here, the mesh, you kind of, like, see, like, how that works or whatever. So it's pretty much got, like, the line right there for the fans. So get these taken care of, because now that I actually know how this works, I'm, like, a lot more confident. The fans I was kind of worried about, but realize how easy these are. Like, literally a snap. Streamers don't watch sports. Well, I mean, I watch wrestling, but that's the name of the song. Streamers don't watch sports. The only thing I'm concerned about here is that these, like, since these cases are individual, well, that's not going to cause any problems with this or whatever. I hope I'll still be able to plug them onto the hub. You know, I might be able to. Guys, notice something. Nah. I got a little excited. I was hoping these little things right there were going to help. Alright, because the problem is that, these fans don't come with the same cords there, so I'm hoping that's not going to be an issue. No, it's not going to be. What am I thinking? I forgot. I totally forgot. 1 cord powers all 3. Okay, that's actually a good thing they gave me, like, you know, all these things. So I still got 2 cords I can use. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was a little worried right there, Rose. I was like, well, shoot, like, if these come, because what I was saying is that, you know, you guys, like, notice the difference here. The triple pack fans came with these. See, it's got that slat, that flat thing. But, like, the single packs came with these right here. So the triple pack actually really worked well, because it basically gave me these other ones. One I can use for that single fan. That single fan's in the rear of the case, and I got this one that's going to power the others. Well, this one is going to power the other 3, so we're good. I got pretty worried there. And they're going to connect together, and then 1 cord's going to, like, you know, power all 3 of them. Jeez, don't try to give me a heart attack like that. More of these. What are these things? You know, I think I'm concerned, Rogues. I think I know what these could be. I appreciate you, Amber. I think these might actually be, like, something I was supposed to, like, leave on. They're, like, you know, more, like, protector things to put on the mirrors. So I'm kind of concerned about that. Like, was I supposed to take those off the other ones? Since they're in the middle. No, because they're already out. Okay, well, maybe it's just, like, you know, for some reason, just, like, extra mirror protectors. You wanted to keep them on. Yeah, hopefully by the time, like, you wake up tomorrow, you'll see, like, it'll show, like, the finished build. I'm definitely gonna get this wrapped up tonight on the stream. I appreciate you, Amber. Thank you so much. And everyone else who's been believing in me on this. Like I said, I know I'm not for everyone. I know I definitely have my bad brain days. I know you know, I ain't perfect, Rogues. By any means. I ain't gonna sit and pretend to be. I ain't gonna do that toxic positivity bullshit or whatever, you know. I've always, like, tried to be about, like, what you guys see as, like, who I am. I just try my best, like, you know, keep like the bad brain stuff off my streams the best I can because y'all deserve me at my best. But I'm thankful for those who do support me regardless of everything. You know, because I wouldn't, like, you know, be here right now, like, as a content creator if I didn't have, like, those who do support me. You know, things definitely been rough. I was considering retiring recently and everything, but I love this too much. Like I said, I mean, I do kind of, like, you know, just keep wishing I can get my community back to what it was back when I streamed on Mixer. You know, because what I had with, like, it's called the Masquerade, guys, for those who don't know. And there's definitely, like, you know, I'll admit straight up, there definitely are some things I took for granted. As far as, like, you know, some I definitely don't know what you got till it's gone aspects. But, you know, I'm hoping maybe one day, you know, I can kind of, like, you know, get things back to how it was. Because, I mean, it's, like I said, it's definitely been, like, a struggle. Yeah. And I appreciate you, Amber, so much. That's why she's my bestie, Rogues. And I said, I mean, I know there's, like, definitely, you know, like, a few points recently, you know, a few times I've, you know, people wanted pretty much to throw the word jealousy around and everything. I got no reason to be jealous of anyone, Rogues. Like I said, I'm not competing with anyone as a content creator except for who I was yesterday. I've continuously said that. You know, I will be the first to admit I've made mistakes as a content creator. I'm not the first one who's done so. Won't be the last one who's done so. The point is I've made mistakes. And I'll own up to them. And that's the thing about me. I'll own up to mistakes I make compared to others out there who won't admit things they've done, but still carry on like you know, things they've done that were wrong and everything, but still carry on like they actually deserve success. You know, and I'd rather, you know, at the end of the day, be like unapologetically myself, as I've continued to say before, for those who either like take it or leave it, compared to, like, you know, throw toxic positivity and all this other crap around, you know, basically because I'm too scared of people not liking me. You know, at the end of the day, toxic, like, you know, forced positivity and all that is still, in my view, you know, it's still toxicity. It's still negative. You know, it's the whole thing where, you know, yeah, sure, you can pretend all day and all night that, you know, you're perfect and everything. You don't have any bad brain days. Everything is, like, fine in your life and all that. But at the end of the day, you know, to me, I'd rather be myself and be a robot, you know, and try my best, like, to know when to, like, you know, keep things like that off my streams and focus on my content. I'll admit, there's been plenty of times, Rogues, I've shown up for my streams, you know, trying my best to smile through some heavy stuff that's been going on. I made it very apparent, like, last year, what I dealt with last year. Yeah, broken record here, but just bear with me. You know, I was in a toxic living situation, had to move houses because the people that lived next door were just absolutely, well, just horrid. I've already, like, talked about it a lot, not gonna go into all the details here because they honestly don't deserve me to kind of, like, you know, put them in the spot like that anymore than I already did last year. But mainly what I was talking about a lot on streams before is because a lot of times where I had to, like, cancel a stream or end a stream midway, contrary to what some people want to try to put a narrative out there as far as, like, different things are concerned, and me just being disrespectful to those I was streaming with or for, is because things are going on next door that I didn't want picking up on my stream, and there were also distractions irritating me, and it was just got to where I couldn't hide it. And I'll admit, like, there was definitely plenty of times, like, when once the stream ended, I was beside myself, sometimes crying, because it just felt like, you know, am I even going to be able to continue to do what I love doing? Am I going to be able to continue streaming? Because all this bullshit that kept going on, where people were just being insanely disrespectful and all that. And alongside that, 2 deaths in my family, only, like, about probably 3 months apart. And alongside that, that looks really nice. Oh, yeah, okay, this is looking even better, Rogues. Alongside that, you know, there's, like, another situation with someone who, let's say, got, like, pretty pissed off because, over a channel ban, but we're not gonna go into that. All I gotta say is, like, you know, I just hope that some people can actually, you know, improve, do what they need to do as a content creator, stay in their own lane and everything, and just, you know, focus on themselves. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I've been trying to, like, overcome a lot of that. trying to do better, try to focus on what I love doing, and it definitely still gets tough, especially when like there's like so much residual damage that's come from it. But the point I'm trying to make, Rogues, is that, you know, if you do content creation, you know, like I said, there's gonna be those out there who are gonna have their opinions on things you do, no matter what you do as a content creator. You can be someone who, by all accounts, raises like, you know, money, like, you know, for cancer research, actually ends up like, you know, helping someone like getting like, you know, basically get research, get, you know, get the funds to be able to, you know, basically afford, like, get through chemo and everything, possibly, you know, put their cancer in remission if they don't just get rid of it. You can basically play a part in outright saving someone's life somehow, but people are still going to find a way to make you the scourge of the earth. Back when I was on Mixer, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit, and I'm going to keep on, like, you know, being transparent about it, because some people need to understand that, you know, you don't get to just move on, pretend things never happened or whatever, and then act like you deserve success. Events that happened on Mixer, basically, I had, like, my entire community uprooted and all that, because someone wanted to be evil and go around and spread shit about me that wasn't true. And it was only a few days after I finally reached, like, a $1,000 goal for Extra Life, which those who don't know, Extra Life is a charity for children's hospitals. I personally did the goal for, like, the hospital that actually saved my life as a kid. I got bit by a rattlesnake and having very bad asthma at the time. The doctor didn't want to give me anti-venom because he was worried I was going to have an allergic reaction. It was going to outright kill me. So I had to, like, you know, go into a hospital, this particular hospital, and I would never wish this on anyone. I pretty much, you know, like, had to ride the venom out on its own. I wasn't given anti-venom. Thankfully, apparently, like, the snake didn't actually catch me enough. The thing is, it was a baby rattlesnake, so think about that. Some people have different myths about it. Some say, okay, well, it's just basically, you know, that they have more venom. But others, of course, like, you know, what I think it's supposed to actually be is that they just don't know how to actually stop pumping the venom. Or I can't remember if it's like their venom's more potent, that they don't know how to stop pumping it, or if it's a mixture of both. But point is, I was in the hospital for about 5 days. And I was, make sure this is still going. Okay, yeah. I was basically, you know, stuck in the hospital for like 5 days. They were coming in taking blood, you know, about 5 times a day, just making sure, like, you know, my blood level, I don't know if it's because they were just trying to make sure venom wasn't taking over or whatever. And I basically had to learn to walk again. I was like stuck in a wheelchair for a few weeks and everything, and I couldn't walk. I mean, it was even like this snake just catching me with just one fang. Still, like, you know, it was like it hit me hard enough to where I actually the nerves, like my feet or whatever, and I was like, mainly it was like one of my legs where the nerves were actually just, you know, just screwed up in it. I don't know exactly what all was that happened, but the point is I couldn't walk. I was in a wheelchair, I was on crutches, and it was an experience I wouldn't wish on anyone, especially a kid, you know, like a kid going through that, but also the parents seeing that happen, because my mom, my aunt, and my uncle, God rest his soul, he was like the main father figure I ever had in my life. They're like seeing me on a hospital, like, you know, like in the hospital, like on, you know, basically the ER, and the doctor outright saying in front of me where they might have to amputate some toes. My aunt wanted to slug him, and I will say this is an aunt I don't talk to anymore for a lot of reasons. There were a few like points in like my childhood where she did actually look out for me, but otherwise, well, I don't know what that gesture was I just did, but she basically wanted to slug the doctor because he didn't want. He's like, okay, we're just gonna like give him this medicine and send him home. And then when my foot had a reaction to the medicine, it's like, oh wait, hold on, something happened here. Yeah, he was definitely hit. It was definitely a bit. It was definitely a viper. He didn't believe I was bit. My aunt wanted to punch him, but you know, it was like a bad experience. But point is, I tried to like raise money for the hospital that basically saved me, and I did successfully raise like $1,000, which wasn't a massive goal. But when you're a small streamer at the time, only got like probably like about like 700 to 1,000 followers. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was around. I think I did reach 1,000 at that point on Mixer. Yeah, it had to have been I think it had to have been, because it was when I was losing followers afterwards or whatever, thanks to what she did. You know, the person in question did and everything. But yeah, it was like only a few days after I reached the goal on the Extra Life goal, and then everything just unraveled. And like I said, it was like one of those things where prior people were pretty much, you know, rooting for me to go reach the goal and everything, and then afterwards, like a lot of the same people were the ones that were basically siding with them on, like, you know, what was said about me. So that kind of like says something right there. It's like that whole like adage of where people were, well, people like will be quick to forget like, you know, the good things you do, but like they'll focus on the bad. Like I said, I ain't no saint, you know, Rogues. I've definitely, you know, done things that I'm not happy about that I try to make amends for and everything, but I also know that I'm not going to be someone who's just going to sit down and, you know, be someone's like scapegoat. And that's one reason I had some people that aren't really too fond of me or whatever, because I'm not going to sit here, you know, pretend to be friends with people that I ain't got no respect, that I ain't got no use for. There's definitely, like, I feel like there's those who think, it's like, oh, I screwed you over, but guess what? Hey, we're going to be best buddies. Mm-hmm. Like, point is, guys, don't be a sidewalk to anyone. Your life's, you know, life's too short. You only get one shot at it. You know, be a human being instead of someone's bitch. You know, being someone's sidewalk. That was like a really blunt way to put it, but, you know. And the thing about it is, yeah, it's definitely a tougher path to live. You know, trying to basically be the kind of person who stands up for yourself. It's not always easy. You know, bullies can be pretty intimidating and everything. And one of the, you know, their main tactics is they'll pretty much, you know, treat you like shit, make you like the bad guy and everything, or they basically try to, like, you know, walk on you. But then as soon as you pretty much, you know, like, stand up for yourself, they go and cry wolf. They go and act like they're the victim and everything, like they're the ones that was wrong. That's one of their favorite tactics. But at the end of the day, don't ever let anyone bully you or, like, you know, try to, like, you know, pretty much intimidate you into giving up or falling in line with what they want. That was basically what happened, like, last year as well. Someone, like, tried to, like, one people in question that I don't really talk about anymore, I'm not going to talk about, so I'm not going to give them the platform. Basically was telling me that, there's going to be fans once I, install my, liquid cooler. I'm getting to it. That's going to be next. But mainly it's just like, you know, person in question was saying that they would leave me alone after I unbanned them and all their accounts, but until then the ruckus was going to continue. I wasn't going to be intimidated. I kept them banned. Because the thing about it is, like, something like that, because straight up, Rogues, if someone, like, comes at you with things like that, keep in mind that your community, your friends, are, like, you know, people in, like, your life, whatever, are more important, like, you know, than someone like that, you know. For one thing, this person insulted, like, people that I cared about and everything. I wasn't gonna, like, sit there and just, you know, let him come back in my community, like, come back on my channel, like, willy-nilly. You know, like, he didn't just, like, you know, treat, like, you know, do something like that. I'm not gonna let, like, someone like that come around. And plus, you can bet, if I would have, like, forgave him, I would have, like, lost, like, a lot of friends right then. There would have been, like, few people that definitely would have, like, bailed on me for, because that, what that has said about them, I'm screwing it in, just keep that in mind, guys. Multitasking here. What would that have said about them, my thoughts towards them, if I would, like, you know, would have let this guy come back around and just, I'm not gonna be intimidated into, like, you know, basically doing what someone wants me to do. Okay, all these are in. Okay, that's good. Alright, so with that, the fans are pretty much good to go. I just need to get the cooler in, and that's going to have, like, you know, the liquid cooler in, which is going to bring me the other fans. And with that, Rogues, I just got to get the PSU in, and the build's going to be complete. Like I said, I won't be able to turn it on, as I'll continue to say, but at least I'll have everything put together. That was the main goal of the stream. I said if I would, like, you know, do something with, like, get, like, the hard drives out, of that one, because I do actually have, like, you know, my operating system, like, my boot stuff for that computer backed up on an external drive, so I could probably put that in here, see if it'll turn on. But the computer might still turn on without, like, the drives, but I don't know. Probably not. Okay, what's this one for? Okay, this will go in the back. Okay, so they're on the bottom, on the back, and on the side. Now I just gotta get the ones on the top. You guys, of course, know I'm probably not gonna be sleeping. I mean, I gotta go to the gym tomorrow. But as you guys can probably figure, I'm probably not going to be sleeping anytime soon. I mean, it's 11 p.m. I might save this for tomorrow. And in regards to tinkering with it, because I'm not back to streaming full-time just yet. I don't know when I'll be. But I've definitely got, like, a little bit of time I can kind of put into, like, tinkering with this thing. But I do want to make sure I at least get it put together. Get, you know, things done I need to get done with it. So that I can, pretty much, so that way I can, you know, get the thumbnail for YouTube, because I'm definitely going to change it out. So yeah, like I said, this is the cooler I'm going with, Rogues. Again, thank you to those who actually helped me get this one. So So yeah, we're gonna be like putting the Hydra Shift to LCD-S in this. Like I said, this is the LCD board. The one I actually was using for a bit. Like I said, I got that little reference picture down there for like the computer before and everything. But for a bit, I was using the I want to say it was a Phantom Spirit Vision Snow. I can't remember that, but it was a Thermalite one. It was actually like $90. So I would actually say if y'all want to go with something, the one in that case, I can't remember what it was called, but that is a Cooler Master one. That's definitely served me well for a few years. But the Thermalite air coolers are pretty solid. The one I got, like, it was like $90 or whatever, but if you don't really care about like having like an LCD on it, I just mainly want to just have like something to do the whole umbrella thing for my computer. And also would actually put like the umbrella logo on it. So, you can definitely get like pretty, good, like, air coolers. I mean, I just want a liquid cooler because, for the sake of the build. Because, if I show you guys this right here, I'll kind of like see if I can like get on my phone real quick. See what I'm talking about. The cooler I got was great, but that thing was chonky. Like the one in, like, you see like down there, it actually was bigger than that. Like I do have like, some clips that like some posts that like some things for it on YouTube or whatever, my YouTube community post back when I was working with it before. But you might be able to see it like right here. See if I can do it right here a little bit better. So yeah, that right there, you kind of like see like, where like the Nemesis is standing right there. If that's a good reference point, the cooler, like the actual, like, the fan, like the tower for the cooler right there was only an inch away from the case. It was only like about an inch away from the tempered glass. So I know I could probably like still put it in this one and still have like plenty of space. This is like a much more massive case than that one. I mean, so I definitely could like still put that one in. I'm gonna have that as a backup in case something happens with this cooler. But yeah. This one, once it gets in there, it's gonna be like, much more like, like smaller. So, yeah. I'm also gonna be like, I'm just really excited for the cable management, because again, like the thing about that case right there, the old one, I'll admit my cables on the inside of it or whatever are all over the place. It's like tangled more than Rapunzel or whatever, like if you fell in a tar pit or something. In other words, it's a nightmare, but. Yeah, the Corsair thing. I know the ones I gave to Amber and Joe. Joe might be able to actually, tinker with and maybe like do something better with like the cords and everything. Like it's not the worst thing. Let me kind of like put this over here. I can kind of like get both on the desk at the same time. Not really need like any of this right here at the moment. Let's put it all right here. One thing's for certain, I got like definitely like plenty of like fan screws. Where does this go? At least I'll have like plenty of those for backup. Yeah, because I'm gonna have a lot of these. Okay. Let's see if I can kind of like move the umbrella logo thing. Listen, I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with that. Where I'm gonna put that on the case, but. Alright. I'm gonna get this out of the box, because this thing came in a pretty big box. I might actually, let me put this right down here first, real quick, Rogues, and then I'll put it back up here after I get everything out of the box and figure it out. Let me fly right there for a second. Okay. My floor is clean. I actually, in the event I had to like put it on the floor, now it's gonna really affect much anyway. I did like, sweep beforehand just to be safe. Yeah, well, I already put them on the bottom. I mean, that's the thing. It's my build. I mean, I'm making sure it's like, it's all the way around and everything. I already paid for the fans. I've already got like, fans on the bottom. I already installed those. And I got them, I already got the fans and everything, so of course I'm going to use them. I already got like the fans like on the side anyway. And Lavender Tower's playing again. We also live in a human environment and everything. That's one reason, where it gets kind of like, a little hot here, so might have extra cooling just to be safe. Yeah. Okay, all right, we need the AMD socket. Okay. The AMD socket, accessory, Intel, put that to the side. You don't need that. They came with a screwdriver. Okay, there's this. Okay, here's the thing. Sheesh. Okay. You guys see what I was talking about, like how small this is compared to the other one. That's like how flush it's gonna be. I might even actually, it may come with like, you know, some it may come with a like, you know, some thermal paste on it. Well, like I said, I want to like I basically got this for like what I want to do with it. At the end of the day, like I said, I'm in an area like where it's a little bit humid. I already paid for the fans and everything. I already got like everything I wanted for this build and all that, so of course I'm going to use everything. Not trying to be rude or whatever, but this is like pretty much, you know, what I wanted to do with this. Let's see what this is. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be like installed on the board. Accessory. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. So it does have some thermal paste right here. This is definitely gonna be a little more involved. So this right here can go off to the side. There's that thermal paste. Might have actually put the thermal paste on there after all. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, so thermal paste VA. Alright, and this little spatula thing, or the scrapers like in there, that's C. D would be the, these right here. Okay, that's for that wireless thing or whatever. What's this right here? Oh, that's the wireless controller. I don't have to put this on the motherboard. Let me actually look at this real quick. I'm not going to need it, because I'm not going to be doing this wireless. Okay, so it's a USB thing. I don't think I'm actually going to be using it wireless, but that's a nice thing to have just in case. Alright, these things right here, I don't know what those are. Okay, Okay, those right there are probably for the Intel. Okay, so let's see. That's for the that's that right there. These right here are I think I know what that is. That's probably gonna be like the cable routers. Okay, and of course that's right there attached to it. Okay, it's right here. It's in red like L. I don't like fall off. These right here. There's that. So let me. I did fall that time. Wherever these things right here are. It's weird. I don't know what these are. It has them like right there or whatever, but. Alright, so let's see. So there's 18 of these. 4 of these. 2 of these. guess that's like I said, that probably was like something in there. Let me actually check. Okay, the rest are in there. That's right. So that's for Intel board. Okay. Let's see how this works. Okay, so receiver. Where's that at? Might help actually take it out first, see what's going on. Jesus, this thing's massive. I can see like why they. Okay, I like how the songs like went so seamless right there. Like it switched over very seamless. Okay, this is accessories. Align the receiver. Align the receiver. Okay, there it is. It's right there. Okay, this song's a vibe. Okay. I figure out like how this works. I gotta get this thing loose. Also, the way it looks right here is that if I'm correct, this thing also is designed to go like on the back. I mean, I can probably like take the bolts loose where, but yeah, this is literally designed to where that actually go where I wanted to put it, like where I wanted to put the fans. But yeah, glad I called that one. And there might be okay, yeah, I can still probably take it loose, but there's really no point to it. Do this. Get the film off. Get the fun film. I don't have no tweezers in here. Okay, like, I definitely can take them loose. I mean, I'm just trying not to snap anything here. I'll probably like just. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't like one long strip, so I gotta like, kind of take them off individually. Okay, this will be easier with these. And like I said, once I get like the the red cords I want, finish up the whole umbrella theme, it's gonna be even great. It's gonna look even better. But all these considered, really don't look it's gonna be like too difficult to like get this like. I figure out what the rest of these things are. These might be something I think I know what these are. Okay, so I see what they are now. These right here, Rogues, are trying to like show you right here. These are like little replacement things for like little notches they got in there. I guess like it's supposed to cover the screws. So I pretty much just have to leave these alone. They're just like extra like things in case like they wear out or something. Or I gotta take those off, I guess, like to fix something. Okay. So the question is, let's see exactly what we're going to, or we're not gonna need. So we know we don't need these. So I can probably put them back in the accessories box. I'll put them in like an actual bag later. Okay, line receiver with the fan slot. I can do that. Let's see. Like I said, for those who actually might want to try getting one of these yourselves, like I said, they do have a version of this that it just snaps right in. There we go. They have like a version of this that doesn't come with any fans, so yeah, you can install your own fans later, however you want. So it basically gets the radiator, which of course I would say don't install just the radiator. You want to make sure you install it with the fan, like, because obviously you need like the actual cooling thing. Okay, line receiver. Alright, after losing the screws, this metal component can be moved left and right. Okay, so we just gotta like remove the screws like a little bit. Okay, I get it now. So basically, this thing right here, what it does once we loosen the screws, we actually can like move it around, so we can kind of move it back and forth. But we're not supposed to take it entirely off. All right. I was trying to like kind of get like an idea. So I don't think this is actually gonna come with like thermal paste. Now let me just kind of like get a quick peek at it. All right, yes, I've got to install the paste. I'm not gonna install it when it comes with it. I'm gonna put my MX7 on it. Okay, the screw position can be adjusted according to the case and control the water tube bracket, positioned directly above the CPU. Okay, so we're gonna skip directly to the AMD installation. So this is just for like the Intel. There we go. This is what we need. With the motherboard's original mounting bracket, we already did that. Install the mounting bracket. See. I think I already did that, like one of the other things I did before. Now comes the fun part. Okay, we're gonna need these. I'll put them off to the side for now. Probably may need these. Not sure. I'm just kind of like just putting over here, like so I can get the computer back up here. And then only using, all right, like I said, I'm not gonna like bother with this, but I'm gonna hold on to it just in case. Okay. So I don't think I'm gonna really need the wireless receiver because I'm going to be using everything through the fan control. I think I should be able to use this through that. I'm guessing I can. We'll see. Or I might just install it directly on the motherboard. Okay. And after this, Rogues, I just have to put the PSU in here and I'll be done. Outside, like what I have to do with it off stream. I can't wait, like, to actually get it up and running properly. So I may work on it tonight, or I may wait, get some rest and do it tomorrow because I do need to go to the gym. I did kind of bang my arm up a little bit today, but tomorrow's leg day, so outside like deadlifts and everything shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, unscrew the. So let's see here. Remove the motherboard's original mounting bracket. See. I mean, I don't know if it'll just go ahead and install on here. Let's see, where's the, right here. I wonder if like the screwdriver will work for it. It's been about like 20 years since I used that screwdriver, so I'm trying to figure out where it is. Where did I put it? I can't find a screwdriver. Oh, this is, well, something. There, really right here. Y'all can see that. Okay, Earth and Sky, sing that song. Because I'm pretty sure, like, oops. Yeah, because I already uninstalled, like, you know, the brackets from this thing, but, like, the original brackets, like, when I put, like, the Thermalright LCD cooler on it before, so, yeah. Okay, that's on. Please install the bracket after the GPU is installed. Yeah, well. Install the mounted bracket first before installing the motherboard to the case. It's recommended to complete the step prior to motherboard installation. The motherboard's already installed. Lay the case flat for easier assembly. Already did that. Alright. Apply thermal paste and install the radiator. I'd rather probably install the radiator first. Okay. Alright, so this should pop off. And you have to turn it upside down to get this on. Okay. Actually, that might be a bit of a... Yeah, that's gonna be problematic doing it like that. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna have to, The only problem with this is, like, trying to figure out exactly, Let me see here. This is gonna be upside down. Alright, let me see. Let me try, like, see, like, exactly where, what we got going on with this. Kind of like see exactly where placement of it is gonna be. Okay, so I think it actually might be perfect. Get everything. Yeah, I'm just trying to like get it all lined up here. Yeah, this might be a bit of a problem here, Rose. I know it's gonna go, it's just I gotta... I know oh yeah, I'm just trying to... I'll get it. Just gotta, like, you know... take it inside. I think I know. Let me see here. Yeah, it's gotta, like, you know, figure out how to wedge it in there. That's because this right here is basically perfect where I need to go. I mean, that's not... Yeah, it's just... I think I know what the problem is. I gotta get my fan down a little bit lower. That's the issue. The rear fan, and I kind of gotta, like, move it down a little bit. I said I was gonna, like, probably work with a little more later anyway. Thankfully, this will be a quick fix. I just gotta lower it down just a little bit. Easy peasy. I was worried because I thought it wasn't gonna go in. And as it looks, I probably don't really gotta, like, modify too much else as far as, like, moving the fan around. Moving, like, the, things around for the, cooler. See, that gives me the room I need. Yeah, it's a learning experience, Rogues. I'll get it. I'm trying to get an idea where I want to place this. Let's see if that gives me the clearance. And yeah, I think it will. Like I said, I got worried. I was like, wait, something ain't fitting here. But I forgot I could just move my fan around. This means I probably won't be able to actually put like a second one here. It's like, you guys see like right there or whatever. I had like, you know, the fan where I had like kind of, we can't really see that easily, but. Yeah, it's basically like the fan right here. I had to like, you know, move it down a little bit. It should fit now. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So, turn this around, and then I probably gotta like look, see how it looks now. Yeah, that's where it's gotta be. Okay, yeah. See, where's the, see, was it these I gotta, like, you know, use with it? says D. Is this the D's? Probably so, because I had so many of them. Yeah. All right. These are the ones supposed to go in there, ain't they? I don't know, they kind of like didn't want to go. Let's try that again. There we go. Down right there. It's kind of holding it up on its own, but I'm gonna, like, you know, put one at each of the four corners. And do my thing I was telling you about before. You want to, like, kind of have it like go cross, like cross section, or that way, you know, you have like one at both ends holding it up, and then, like, you know, get the other two corners, and then we can go in from there. So y'all can't see what I'm talking about from here, but basically want to go in an X pattern. Okay. Alright, I got another ad break coming up in a second. I might actually do a BRB on this one because I need to get me something else to drink. But that's going to be like about 2 minutes, so maybe I can get this thing, get all these screws in, then we move on to the next part when I come back. Okay, I got this perfectly lined up, so... Okay. Yeah, I got this. Gotta stop dropping them. Ow. I got this little man on a mission music going away, and then I start dropping stuff. Hitting my head on the mic. I'm on my mic check. I got mic checked. I think it said something about in there, it's like not install like the screws like fully. I'm trying to watch that. This one is something I kind of wish I had on that this automatic screwdriver that I was wanting to get. But, you know, I'm all kind of like, you know, just cool with, like, you know, doing this the old-fashioned way. Something about satisfying about, like, you know, just, you know, tightening everything up on your own manually. Okay, I think that was actually all the screws. So I probably need like the more rest for something else. Do a quick scan of this real quick, see what's going on. Like I said, ad break's gonna start in like 45 seconds. So because they basically said, like, you know, fit it, see if it works, see if it goes. Okay, let's see if this works real quick, Rose, before I go on the break. See if this is lined up properly. I think it should be. Yeah, I think it's actually lined up perfectly. Just gotta, like, you know, do this. I might, like, you know, take something loose, but yeah, it sounds good. I'm gonna have to, like, untighten one of the things, wherever, that'll be fine. Give me a few minutes, Rogues, and I'll be right back. when like hit this ad break. Whenever it's actually about to start on its own, but yeah, I ain't set up a BRB for this, so let me kind of do that real quick. 1 second here. All right, see you guys in a few. Be right back. Alright guys, I'm back, and I got something right here I'm trying to kind of like, work with real quick. I thought I could like take that, so yeah, the cooler where I've got it, it's in the right position, it's just not, I need a little more slack on it to actually get in place. So I'm trying to figure that one out. I don't see that. Okay, so anyways, also rehydrate a little bit. Now that zero sugar Dr. Pepper is the best hydrant. Or is it red? So let's see here. Yeah, I just gotta like figure out how to, because like I said, we are in the home stretch on getting this thing built. Me doing something about like, close to only like, 3 hours, 30 minutes, I'll take that. As far as like all this progress is concerned, I'm just trying to figure out like how I can loosen this up. This thing, I just gotta figure this out. I was trying to make sure I don't scratch my processor. And it's gotta like figure out, because that's the thing, I guess like once I get this thing down right here, Put this over again. I'm also a little sweaty here, so don't mind that, Rogues. All right. First, secure the cooling head to the mounting bracket. Let's see here. That's the wrong thing right there. Let's see. Oh, that's right. If I'm right, this thing right here is magnetic, so I can just take this off. That was magnetic. I heard. I thought it was. I thought it was like a magnetic thing. Yeah, we gotta install the water block. I swear this was the way we can kind of like just remove the screen. Can, I think. There we go. I want to remove the screen for a second. That one line it up better. I might actually. Okay, never mind. Oh, by this, I might actually not have to move anything. No, I still do. Alright, yeah, so I just basically stripped the water block and everything. I just gotta like, get this thing right here loose. Then we're good for the most part. Just gotta, if I'm lucky, I can kind of feel right back here, maybe. Be nice if I can just kind of like loosen it from this end, but I don't think I can. Actually, I can see it at least. Maybe if I can. Oh yeah, I got this. Not one of these things off. I gotta put it back. Okay. Let me just gotta get over there with my screwdriver and just kind of. Gotta like. Maybe I can do it from right here. I think I just gotta. It's kind of like, yeah. It's, like I said, it's basically this metal thing right here. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. I'll get it though. I just gotta. I just gotta like get some slack on it. Yeah, I just can't. I just got. It's on this bracket. I get it out of that or whatever. I can finish this. Yeah, I might actually take it back out of the radiator, guys. We'll take it back out. second. It was on me. I overestimated it. Or underestimated it, whatever. It's fine. Actually, I might have to take it back out. No, I think that's actually welded in. Hold on. Yeah, I got a way around this. Yeah, these screws back here, I can take these out, I think. And I can probably, because I was trying to do that before, but I didn't really know what it... If I can just kind of lift this up a little bit. Nice. That is really handy. That's amazingly handy. I can pretty much just take this out. That works really well. Y'all probably can't see it that well, but I was actually able to lift up the panel right here that thing's attached to. And so now I can just kind of work with it from there. Just gotta like get this loosened. This song's a banger too. Ghost Strip. Yeah. Yeah, I just had like loosened screws right there. I can get it now, finally. There we go. Okay, that gives me the slack I need to get this thing in where it needs to be now. Alright. Perfect. I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think I got it right there. I just got to like wait till it's more vertical. Or horizontal. I got it. Let me screw this back in. Oh no, you don't. That's the one supposed to actually take that out, and I could have just... Yeah, that's enough I need to try real quick, Rose. Maybe I wasn't supposed to take these things out, and I was supposed to slide it. Like I said, it's a learning experience for this. This is my first CPU, like, liquid cooler, so... Let's see if I can kind of fix this up now. I think like once I'm supposed to like let this get more slack by doing it. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to take this down, I don't think, Rose. I think I was just supposed to, like, move it forward until I... Yeah, this one's, like, a little more complex setup, but I'll get it. might not have. I might just like moved it over further than it needed to go. Actually, that might be what I was supposed to do. Since I don't really need this bracket right here now, yeah, I think I was supposed to take it out. I'll basically just remove it from this, and then just kind of like, you know, keep the other brackets there, and just take this bracket out. I don't think I was supposed to need this, so. That was causing like more problems. Okay, I just gotta. Thankfully, these are thumb screws, so I can. The other one fell before. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, the radiator's where it needs to be now. All this is good to go. This right here, I don't really need. I don't think now. Cause that was I mean, all right. Now, put the display right there for a second. So now comes, yeah. Also, yeah, I gotta like put the screws back in. I'm trying to. I keep on like, I like to keep lining it up to where like y'all can see where I'm putting stuff back in, but I'm goofing on that. Alright, everything's back where it's supposed to be. These screws are here. What were these for? I think these were for that. Okay. Okay. Now all that's out of the way. Should be able to go ahead and just pop like the top back on. I like the fact these actually don't use any screws whatsoever. So you don't actually, there's no like thumb screws or anything like that for this. Alright, now we got ourselves like, this thing is looking amazing now, Rogues. Okay, just gotta get like the, yeah, see, this gives us like so much more, yeah. Before we actually can install that, thermal paste time. But I don't stop dropping screws. Ow. See, is that what happened before? Is dropping screws cracked my head. Bought my head on the mic. Alright. Okay, of course, this goes behind there again. Hang on. And also, none of your business. I just noticed that comment earlier. I'm sorry if you're still in the chat. I didn't even see you there. Jeez. Yeah, 9070 XT. I'm not that much of a computer enthusiast. I don't know why. Like, you know, it didn't show my chat. I feel bad now. I definitely don't try to ignore people, Rogues. Okay, I did show where he commented earlier. Where it might have been when I was on my ad break and I wasn't paying attention. See, that's another thing I did. I do want to kind of bring another point back up as far as something else earlier, Rogues. Like the whole comment that was made about, like when they were like the person that came in saying, I think placing cooling system on side and just fans on top would be better. See, I know I got a little bit spicy about that and apologize, but my take on it is just the factor that he was trying to say this would be better. Obviously, I want like I have like a particular place I want to put my fans and everything, and I already installed everything. I already installed, like, you know, the fan, like those fans on the side. I want to go back through and install them, uninstall them, just put this there. But another thing is like having the fans on the bottom, of course, is for like, you know, so for my GPU. But again, like I said, at the end of the day, you know, people like basically people in my little community or where people help me fund this and everything. Aside from that, hang on, I got like some microfiber cloths or whatever. I make sure I clean this off, whatever. But just mainly, like I said, this is like my dream build. It's the way I wanted to make this. Like I said, it's a pretty like hot area where I am in the summer. And my whole thing is just that on the bottom it wouldn't need like fans on the bottom anyway, because like where the cooler because like my GPU cool and everything. As well as saying earlier, you want like I personally just apply like a little dot. This. Oh, this comes out like a little thick, so. Yeah, that should be able to do it, hopefully. So yeah, it wasn't perfect for how I wanted to put it on there, because like I said, the MX7 definitely comes out a little bit thicker, but yeah, like I said, like having the fans on the bottom is gonna help with the GPU, and I wanted to have like obviously for me to like basically put like this in the back and everything, I would have like uninstall this other stuff. I mean, to each their own, like if you think like something like works better and everything, but I personally, it's the way I wanted to do my build. I might actually go like the whole thing of spreading it on there, because I say to do it, spread it. So I'll probably do that this time just to be safe. Because I don't know exactly how the pressure on this thing works and everything, so. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm not really a fan of that. Okay, yeah, I think it might be just because for some reason, like that particular thing, the spatula they put right there doesn't really work the best. I think I know how this is going to work now. There's going to be like some screws I'm going to have to put on top or whatever. I think I get it now. That's what these are for. This is how it's going to pressure down. I get it now. If I have to apply more paste later, I will. Alright, I got this, Rose. I know how to do this now. So that goes right there. I was saying this is gonna pretty much push it down, so it should like distribute the paste evenly. So I did put enough of it. So that'll keep everything in place right there while I cross it, and then. There we go. There's that one. So I'll check the paste later if I got to. Make sure it's distributed evenly. Because I'll be able to check like my the rest of them. I ain't seen anything bleeding, like, oozing out. I don't know if I might have made a mistake, Rose. Alright, sorry about, yeah, this sucks. At least I'll be able to check and see how the distribution works, because I forgot to take that film off. Also might be because I'm getting a little tired. It's fine, though. At least I'll kind of, like, let me see, like, how it distributed. So that was a bit of a mishap on my part, I'll own it. This ain't a professional level, like, building experience. But let's see how it looks on this distribution, at least. Okay, yes, they definitely did distribute it a little bit evenly, but. This means I can put a little bit more now to make sure it's actually that way. Oh. At least I didn't get on it. Jesus. Yeah, definitely made some mistakes here and everything, but it's fine. Alright, now I can at least put it on there correctly. Like I said, I'll probably just... I'm gonna go back through and check it later. I'm gonna like clean off the paste and install more. Mainly I'm just gonna do this just see if I can see if it'll actually work when I turn it on in a bit, like later on. And afterwards I'll probably just go on through and install more paste afterwards. Jeez. Now everything's trying to work against me. There we go. And that'll hold out them down good enough for me to do this properly this time. Yeah, like I said, probably will be a good idea for me to go through and I'm gonna like go through and like and put like the M.2 thing on anyway. So I gotta put my drives in. So I'm gonna still got to open this back up once I finish it and show y'all like how it looks with the figures in. And I'm probably gonna take this in my room after this or whatever, because this is my, of course, my streaming room, not my bedroom. Probably gonna take this in there and just work on the rest of it while I'm continuing through like the Toxic Avenger series. I've only ever seen like the first movie, and I just watched the second one earlier as well. So, and for those who don't know, the Toxic Avenger stuff, what I've seen so far, it's just gonzo, just crazy, like cheesy, gory goodness and everything. So, I'm definitely gonna go through and probably like watch the third movie after this while I'm like kind of and just tinker with this along the way. Because I know I'll probably have to apply more paste after that. I'd rather like remove, because like I said, it's just that sticker right there. Okay, and I can pop this on. See, it came off like a whole lot easier that time. That's some strong madness, and voila. Like I said, see, you guys see like just how flush that is compared to the other one. Nothing's obstructed. It looks like, great. So. A little bit of paste right there. I can get that off. Yeah, I got like a little bit of thermal paste on it, but I should be able to clean that off later. It's not even really noticeable. Okay, so with that, rogues, all else we got to do is just get like the PSU installed. And we're done. At least for what you guys are seeing me do. Honestly, getting all the fans installed wasn't that bad. The main thing is just going to be like, getting like everything connected up, like figuring out how the controller works. But yeah, I'm liking this because like I said, I want to go for like a, whole, basically like a snowy build, like an icy build and everything. Because the other one like had like all like the flat parts and all that. Plus, I'm still gonna hold on to this thermal paste. I might actually put it on. I mean, I don't know. I'd rather use my MX7. But that's the thing. I'll definitely hold on to thermal paste in a pinch. I'll probably look up see like how like this particular thermal paste works. But I don't think it's gonna probably be as good as the MX7. Like I just hate the MX7. Came out like was like thicker than like what I remember like the MX4 being. I'll hold on to the spatula as well. I'm just hoping I can get that little bit of a smudge of that off of there, because it's barely noticeable. Okay. So, what we got next? Let's get this power supply installed. Like I said, I'm not gonna put it on its glass. I'd rather put it on. You guys still, well, the glass is already off the case, so it's not gonna get on the side, so that should be fine. Okay, last bit, rogues, and I'm done. Hold on the stream after that. Yeah, the power supply I'm going with is gonna be like this Asus Prime 750 watt gold. Which the other power supply I had, it was a Corsair one. Like I said, it wasn't a little bit long in the tooth. I know, like I said, power supplies usually last about probably 10 years. But I did want to just get me like another one, just for the new build. So Amber is getting that power supply, but I'm definitely gonna recommend her. I know that sometimes they can usually have 10 years of use. And I wasn't overclocking or anything like that. I'm gonna definitely make it known to her. I already have that she probably should looking into upgrading it. We're getting like a new one. Okay, so we know that the fan, like I really dig this. I dig the whole design of where you know, sideways. That's so clean looking. And it just makes it where it's much easier for me to get to the cords. Like, get the cords distributed where they need to be. And I just tell the cable management this is going to be like, much more of a snap. Okay, I had like the screws to it. I'd rather use the, should be these. Pretty sure it's these. Yeah, these. This one's I gotta use. Okay. Okay, screwdriver. It's always available. There you are. So this is the last step, guys. I'm just gonna pretty much get this. Do this. Put the connect the cords. Put them where they're supposed to go, and that'll be it. That's because I'm not, as I reiterate, I'm gonna reiterate. I'm not turning the computer on. I still got everything else. I gotta figure out where it connects. This is just letting me be building it, but you guys will see the finished product once I. Listen, I may tinker around with it a little bit tonight before I get some sleep. I mean, because realistically, I could get away with like pulling an all-nighter and working on this, because I'm not gonna go. I could go to the gym anytime tomorrow, since I'm not gonna be streaming. Since I'm, still technically on my break from streaming. So I can go to the gym anytime I want to tomorrow. So probably just pull all-nighter, just hit the gym tomorrow night. Okay. All right, let's get these cords taken care of. Like I said, I can't wait to get the cords I actually want, because again, these these right here. I just want to get like the actual cable mod ones. Oh, this is made of rubber or plastic or something. All right, so this is gonna be for the motherboard, for the main board one. So let's see. So this will go. Yeah, one will go right here. And this one will go right here. Once I get the cable, that red cable mod one, I may, hopefully, if I'm lucky, possibly have a chance to get those at the end of the month. We'll see. There's something right here. Not going in. Trying to see here. Oh, wait, hold on. It goes right there. Alright, wrong one. Okay, there's that. And we'll delete this one. The upper one. Oh, yeah. The cable management of this is going to be great. There's so much room. This ain't going to be a problem. Everything. I'm not going to really have to worry about managing the cables too much. They're going like and flush in here so easily. Okay. Alright, so yeah, there's that. Alright, so just kind of take that. Next up is the this should be the CPU. Okay, yeah. Alright. So that one's gonna be up above, so I want this to be close as possible. So we'll get that one right there. Yeah. There we go. And we'll leave that one, should be, let me see here if I can. Probably be like right here. Yeah. Okay, that goes right there. Be fine. Yeah, try to get, there we go. It was on the fans for a second. All right, so make that on through. So once I get everything, like the cords attached, I'm gonna pull them back or whatever. So next up, SATA cord, which will be for my hard drives. I like the fact that the cord, the SATA is gonna be up here instead of like down below and everything. It's gonna make it easier to get to those. Again, the cable management for this is phenomenal. Should be fun with putting it right there. Like I said, these cords are gonna be a temporary thing until I can get like the cable mod ones. So it's gonna be $70 though, so it's gonna put this right there. Finally, this is for the GPU. I am gonna have to like put another one in here for the lights, the lighting and everything, but okay. This is the GPU one, and this will be it for this. Okay, put that one right there. And there. Okay, and that one would be fine to put. Actually, I can probably snake it down below. First one, right here. There we go. That'll do it. Okay, and I can close up. Actually, I don't need to. Where's the, at least I got these right here. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. That's that. Okay, hang on a second. Force them to kind of stay in there because I should come back through. Alright. Now I can close this up. Yeah, I'm liking, I mean, I'm definitely gonna, like, you know, probably do more with, like, you know, using zip ties and everything to kind of, like, you know, keep them where I need them to be. Because I do have, like, you know, another cord I need to put in there for the lighting. You know, like the lighting, yeah. Basically for the, I can't remember, like, where the cord was, but regardless. Slap this on here, get these things connected up, and I will be done with this road for now. Still got like a lot I gotta do with it off stream, but we'll get to that. I should be the power supply. That's weird. So which way is this going on again? See. Yeah, that's right. Last second, okay, I know like the power supply had a place for its exhaust and everything. Okay, and it's on. Alright, that's done. Now, finishing touch. Get these, you definitely have here now, like all this stuff in you. Alright. Let's see. GPU. I get it in the first go this time. Yeah, see, okay. Alright, there's that one. That one. A little more slack. That one. I say it'll look a lot better once I get like the other chords I want. But for now, we're just gonna have to work with that. Alright, don't know if it really gonna matter which one I put where. Like I said, my boot drive is like a M.2. And with that, rogues, outside of what I gotta do off screen, this PC is pretty much put together. One more thing we gotta do real quick, just kind of like just give y'all an idea of what it's gonna look like. I mean, first off, we gotta give that good old umbrella stamp of approval. Kind of do that right here. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put it. I mean, because the thing is, I don't really have anywhere on the inside I can put it. That's what I did with the previous one. Kind of looks good good right there. Let me see. I'm gonna put it at the end. Yeah, that works. Okay. But I had like originally there was like when I got this thing, I had like this foam backing or whatever. Yeah, but I basically had like Goo Gone all that off. And I just had like these little cheap command strip-ish things. Like they don't actually have like the Velcro to them. They're sticking on both sides, so should be enough for me to pretty much keep this thing on here. Press. Oh yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Oh, try to. Just gotta. Yeah, I think it's good. No, it's definitely trying to cause them. Maybe as long as I just don't touch it for a while or whatever, it'll stay there. I mean, I could always like maybe double them up, like put a second one on them or whatever. I'll get it. Yeah. There's that. Safe to say, Rose, I got like a lot of cleanup I gotta do. But it was worth it. And obviously, of course, guys, thank you again to those who made this happen. Like I said, it wasn't all me. I bought like a lot of the stuff. But you guys pretty much helped me out with like getting the rest of it. So I don't know if the hunter's gonna go in here. Yeah, he might still be a bit too chonky. That's the thing. I want blocking fans. That is. So it's probably gonna just be Jill and Nemesis again. So yeah, we kind of like just do this right here. And I said, things will pop so much more once I do get the red cords. See, I thought about it. No, this got a fat head right there. Maybe I can put Jill. She can't get a fit either. I hope one would have fit on top of that. Then kind of do the whole pursuer thing. Like have it where she's behind Jill. Okay, yeah. Ow! Every time. Yeah, I'll make it work. It'll look a lot better once I get the lights and everything on. Because like I said, what I'm going to do is like have red and everything. Yeah, red and white. Have the umbrella logo right there. But I'm just also just really digging this right here. Just because, and there might be a little more I probably got to do with it. I got to like look through the rest of the mail. But I did kind of install that in a pretty quick fashion. But it looks like it's on there. So yeah, I just got to get everything plugged in, Rogues. Like how the hunters right better just also left out. I just gotta get everything plugged in, which I'll be like working on tonight. So I'm not really sleepy at the moment. I'm probably gonna make me some food, take a little bit of break from this for a second, watch movies, and get this, the rest of set up, and hopefully have like something actually functional tomorrow for you guys. So yeah, like for like the actual proper thumbnail for this, Twitch, my Twitch stories, my YouTube community post, and maybe like post about it on Upscrolled as well as my Discord. And of course, those who aren't on the Discord, feel free to join that as well. Oh, it might help I actually go ahead and put the glass on too. Look. So yeah. Don't mind me, Rogues. I'm a little bit close there. There we go. So with that, Rogues, my build is put together. I'm absolutely loving this. Just gotta like get everything connected up, get the red cords I wanted for it and everything, and yeah. So, and also I'm thankful that this desk, is gonna be big enough for it. Because for a while I was trying to find like actual desk that would work, and this is only like $30, so I'll take it. So yeah, plenty of leg room for it. I'm gonna like, of course, I'd be moving like my little thing I got over here. I got my computer on right now. I'm moving that over so I can put this next to it. It's gonna look great. And I can't wait to get this thing up and running, see how it's gonna fully look. Yeah, it was a lot of fun to put this together, guys. Took me like 4 hours. Less than I thought I was gonna. I thought I was gonna probably get this about like 6. So yeah. But with that being said, let me go ahead and get this out of the way. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing a rate. Well, obviously right here where it is. So I'm gonna see if there's anyone live on Twitch that I can raid. It'll be like one person one, I think. But yeah, to those who came out and hung out with me and supported me on this, came out and like hung out and for me building this. Thank you guys so much. I deeply appreciate it. Even though it definitely wasn't the perfect build, I made some mistakes, obviously. I had someone come in trying to, that's the thing, the whole backseating thing, Rogues, doesn't just go for games. It also goes for just things in general on here. And it just kind of frustrated me, I'll admit, like someone coming in and trying to tell me how to build like my build that I want. mean, to each their own, like, you know, on things, but the way I see it is that, you know, if you got like a build, and like getting a couple follows. I know I got one person followed earlier. Did I not get alerts for it for some reason? What the hell? Hang on, what the hell happened? Hang on a second. And my computer, like now, like my Firefox is going weird. That was strange. And Twitch just like spazzed out for some reason. I was trying to check, you know, because a couple people followed apparently, and I was... And Twitch just started acting weird out of nowhere. Let me check YouTube. I hope my computer is not trying to shut it down. At least if it is wait until I finish the stream. Alright, let me see. Alright, there it goes. Now, I'm not really seeing like too many people that I know they're live other than some dude. Let me check and see who was a follower so I can at least thank them, you know, even if they're probably not in the chat. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't get like the alert for Scarlet, you know, following earlier, but King Helios, I got his. But either way, thank you both for following. I appreciate it. I already thanked King Helios, but I really appreciate you guys so much. So yeah, I don't think there's really too many people that are actually, you know, in the chat right now. Yeah, I'll go ahead and, yeah, I'll just go ahead and just call it on the stream. It's not really like, you know, anyone, like I rated some dude recently, or now I was hoping to kind of mix it up. But yeah, all things aside, guys, so yeah, like I said, the build could have went a little bit better, but I was just grateful for, you know, have a chance to come back, stream for a little bit, and I don't know when I'm going to be back from my break and everything. Like I said, I could still try to come back Monday, we'll see, but, I'm thankful for those that I got, you know, who came in. I kind of just had a chance to kind of just talk to you guys about my journey as a streamer, you know, and my thought process on things, and just talking about, like, you know, my beginnings and where I am now. Even if I've still, like, definitely, you know, got a long way to go on where I'd like to be as a content creator, but, you know, I'm thankful for those who came out and hung out with me tonight. And, you know, those who, as Amber said, you know, they were going to, like, check the VOD out afterwards. You know, if you guys see this, you know, once this, you know, stream is, like, done, appreciate you as well. This was fun, like, you know, doing this build. Can't wait to actually get it up and running and like get back to making content for you guys with this, because my next stream is of course going to be with this build down right there. Once I'm done with this, once I'm done tonight, I'm going to be, you know, getting like my hard drives out of that, snapping them in this one, and then afterwards, you know, I'll basically be set up. And the next time I actually do any kind of modifications to this is going to be like when I get those cords, like, you know, the red cords, and that's going to be fun to just kind of see how that's going to pop, because, you know, I just, you know, obviously there's like some cords there I'm not going to be able to do anything with. It's kind of like probably not going to be able to do anything about, or like some of the key ones that came with the case. But as far as like, you know, the PSU ones, where I definitely want to change those out. But as far as like, you know, just aesthetics, you know, with like just this kind of like, you know, going for what I've been wanting to do for a while, which is having like a build, this, you know, is white, you know, like have like, you know, a whiteout build or whatever. This is hands down the best looking case I've ever, you know, the best looking, you know, computer build I've ever done. Yeah, I'm definitely, you know, really am loving that liquid cooler. Again, I just gotta like see if I can get that, which, I mean, my guess is, I mean, it's that mesh, it's like it's mesh over the cords, but I feel like, you know, just using some alcohol would probably, like rum alcohol would let me get that off, so that's usually what you use to, you know, get thermal paste off of, like, you know, the CPU anyway. And again, I am gonna have to go in and like install my M.2 drive, so I'll probably, you know, go ahead and apply like a fresh, you know, coat of like thermal paste, like, you know, wipe off the one I put on there and do like a proper thermal pasting coat of thermal paste. Because I did make that mistake of like forgetting to take the sticker off, which I was like talking about we need to do that, and then I turned around and didn't do it. So yeah, it was definitely kind of like a bit of a clumsier build. Obviously the camera up there kept on like crapping out. Thankfully, like, you know, it finally behaved itself. I don't know why it kept on, like, you know, freezing earlier, but at least it didn't stop the stream. I was, you know, I had, like, you know, some stream crashes recently, Rogues, and I'm kind of, like, glad that didn't happen. So, yeah, I'll take that as a win. But, yeah, I love you guys. You know, I say it a lot, you know, or I haven't really, I guess, really said that a lot, but I have said I appreciate you guys a lot and everything. It's funny how I talk about, you know, loving you guys in heart pieces in the song, the name of the song right here. But again, I wouldn't be streaming if it wasn't for those who support me, even though I do wish I had something like even close to what I had like back on Mixer with like the Masquerade. Back, you know, at the time I went by Apex Rogue, the Masquerade, it was like, you know, a much bigger community. You know, I had like a much more active Discord, even though, like I said, there were things I took for granted that I definitely look back on and wish I could have done some things better. But also, as far as like the things that happened that pretty much ruined all of it, you know, that weren't, that basically were just because some people want to be like really cruel and ruin people's lives, you know, just to try to get ahead. I'm someone who tries not to be vindictive, Rogues, but there is a part of me that only can hope that people like that, you know, don't find, you know, as much as I root for anyone who I feel deserves success in life, there are definitely those who I honestly will admit that in a way, like, you know, where they don't like end up getting like, you know, actual physical harm or anything done to them, I do still hope that they actually do get what's coming to them, because vengeful as that sounds, no person I feel deserves to succeed off the backs of, you know, others they've hurt, you know, and there's just some things that, you know, you can't be forgiven. You know, I try to be a forgiving person. I try to be an approachable person, someone that people can come to and talk to you about their problems. But there are some people out there that honestly, just even for the fact that they carry on like they didn't like try to ruin people's lives, you know, and act like they deserve success and like they ain't done anything wrong, that ain't it, you know. And either way, as I've said before, Rogues, in my, you know, community posts and everything, don't ever let anyone bully you. Don't ever let anyone treat you as a sidewalk. And when it comes to like whatever dreams you've got, don't ever let anyone tell you that your dreams are stupid or anything, because, you know, if it's important to you, that's what matters. I know I'm saying some really cliche, you know, philosophical stuff right here, but, you know, I don't know like when I'm going to be coming back to streaming, so I want to at least like, you know, leave people with this, you know. I've definitely been through the ringer as a content creator. I've dealt with like, you know, a lot of stuff that streaming's already like difficult when you're trying to build yourself up once. So trying to rebuild after a lot that's happened and everything. Things that just because someone wanted to be, you know, unnecessarily cruel. Don't let anyone bully you. If someone is targeting you, speak up about it. It may be difficult. It may be, you know, something that's really hard because you're worried about backlash of it, you know, from it and everything. But at the end of the day, it's better to face backlash and still be able to continue to move forward than stay quiet and end up like having someone destroy everything and think they can get away with it. You know, being honest, opening up and everything, you're going to have enemies. You're going to have people that don't like you. But a lot of times you just got to look at it that if people don't like you for the stuff you said, chances are like they're the very kind of person you're, you know, I guess I don't know how I was trying to word that. If someone like gets upset about things you're saying, then they're probably like, you know, the kind of people that, you know, you don't want around anyway, I guess you can say. I guess I can say. You know, it's, if, you know, you're being honest and people get offended by it, someone tries to like walk on you and you open up about it and they play victim, that's not like, you know, that's not like a definition of your character, it's theirs, you know. And like I said, never let anyone treat you like a sidewalk, you know. Stand up for yourself and don't let people think they can get away with it, because yeah, they'll play victim, they'll cry wolf, they'll try to play it off like you're the one that, you know, responsible for everything. But that's one reason why you also always want to keep receipts. That's the lesson I learned too. So, you know, if you want to get into streaming, just know that it's definitely like a tricky road, but, you know, if you can tough it out, it's one of the most rewarding and fun things you can do. Just remember, it takes thick skin. I've definitely had like a few times I've wanted to like, you know, give up, or I consider giving up, not entirely just because, you know, how people like, you know, treat me as far as like, you know, trolls or whatever. You know, trolls are going to come and go, and that's like a fact. You know, it's just like anything where you put your name out there as far as entertainment's concerned. You're going to find trolls. You know, just basically brush them off. They're going to be those, but there's going to be those that are going to harass you. They're like a lot more difficult to deal with when they don't go away. But you can tough that out. Just remember, you know, a lot of times like people do that because they're jealous of you. They can't stand that you're succeeding. I've had people come in talking about how I'm, you know, someone like not long ago came in talking about how I was chopped, trying to say I was ugly and everything. And the way I look at it is like, okay, dude, you know, if I'm ugly, maybe at the end of the day, the reason why you're so pissed off is you think I'm ugly, and apparently I still like did something to where people consider me worth, like, you know, helping me become a YouTube partner. And I'd rather be, if I was ugly, which I don't really have like the highest regard of my looks. I think I'm decent looking, but I'm not like, you know, model material or whatever. I just try to take care of myself, go to the gym and everything. But I'd rather be ugly and have a good heart than be, you know, one of the most beautiful, you know, people on the planet and just be horrible to others, you know. Because the thing about it is, you can't really, you know, some people, like, you know, there obviously are aspects about like ourselves that we can't change physically, you know, what we're born with and all that. Yeah, you can like easily lose weight or gain weight and everything, but we can't really change our faces unless we go to a plastic surgeon. But the thing about it is, you can't really like change how you look per se, you know, some exceptions aside. But people can change their attitudes. And that's why I'd rather, you know, I could at least, you know, look ugly, but still change my, you know, have like a better attitude than, you know, think I'm God's gift to the planet. Like, you know, basically look like I'm God's gift to the planet, but, you know, being blunt, being an outright bastard to people, you know. But anyways, guys, thank you so much to those who made this dream build happen. I'll try to have it up and running and have like a proper pictures for you guys, show you what's looking like as soon as I get it up and going. But I wouldn't have been able to, you know, put this dream build together without those who contributed. You know, Val, who actually was one that paid off the case in full. Dave the Nut, Amberwolf 17, and a few others who actually were contributed to get me getting the fans, and me recently finally getting that the liquid cooler, which was one of the main things I was really wanting for this build. So it's gonna look pretty nice once it's up and running, especially once I get those cable mod cords. Anyways, much love, Rogues. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. I'll give y'all an update, like, you know, when I do feel like I'm, you know, good to go and coming back to live stream full time. But until next stream, much love. Thank you guys for coming out and hanging out for this. And I'll see you guys in the next. Watch it.